Hi everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. My name is Avinash Reddy, and this video is all about Ansible. So I have combined all our Ansible playlist into single video, and I'm releasing it as a 5 hours video. If you want to go through individual videos, so you can always refer our YouTube channel playlist, and here you can find Ansible playlist. You can go through one by one, or if you want to make it as, if you want to go through one single video, you can continue with this video, and make sure you spend some time and you practice to understand this better. And not only Ansible, in our channel we have AWS projects and AWS interview related one, containerization related one, S3 complete guide, and complete AWS in Telugu series also available. So you can utilize this channel to gain knowledge on AWS and as well as this Ansible. All right, without further delay, let's start jump into our Ansible hands-on. Thank you. Hi everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. My name is Avinash, and in this video or video series, I'm going to discuss about what exactly Ansible is, how we can configure Ansible, and how we can use this Ansible for automation. All right, but before start discussing about Ansible, I want to explain some common issues we face in real environments when we are working on IT operations. So how this Ansible helped, or any other configuration management tool helped us to overcome such type of issues. Okay, so let's assume in our organization we have lot of servers. So let's assume we have multiple servers here. Out of that, some servers are web servers, some are database servers, some are application servers, but the count is very huge. Now, see, when a new user joins, we have to create the users in all these servers, right? And when the user leaves, we have to delete all the users. And sometimes you may need to install some softwares across all these EC2 instances. So not only installation, some some uninstallation operations, and you want to start some services here, right? You want to update some patches on all these EC2 in all these servers. Right. So these all operations we have to perform on multiple servers at a time. So again, whenever you're doing this manually, sometimes what happened, we may do some mistake. We perform the required operations on the server, and the server somehow we have missed this server. Why? Because when we are doing something manually, there is a high chance to skip some servers, or high chance to miss, right? Or as you're doing it manually, you may install something wrong here compared to with these existing servers. So but whenever you're depending on automation, so you can treat all the servers as a group, and you can execute the things on all this group at a time. Not only just group, what are all the servers you have in your entire organization? If you want to do something, if you want to install some patches, if you want to install some software, so then also we can depend on this configuration management tools. If no configuration management tool, so you have to do it manually. And I'll give one more simple example for this. So let's assume you have currently you have some contract with one of the antivirus. So what you did, you install that antivirus in all these devices. Now what happened? The contract, like, you have not renewed because of cost issue or some other issue. So you went into contract with a different service provider. Now, what you need to do, you have to uninstall this previous antivirus from all the servers and you have to replace with this new antivirus, right? So for this operation, how much time it is going to take if you're trying to do this manually by connecting to each and every server? Obviously, it's going to take a lot of time, right? So if you are using this configuration management tools, so it's going to be easy. For uninstalling or for installing, you can simply use this configuration management tools. We have a lot of configuration management tools. Like we have Chef, we have Puppet, we have Ansible, right? We have a lot of additional tools like CF Engine, we have Terraform, or you can even treat this cloud formation also as one of the configuration management tool, right? So where you're going to create the resources, manage the resources. Okay, so this configuration management tool, whatever the IT issues I'm talking, right? So this configuration management tools are fixing the issues. So it help IT team to build stable systems through automatically managing and monitor updates to configuration data. All right. So now let's discuss what is this Ansible. So basically, Ansible is a open source automation tool. Open source means anyone can get access to the source code. So you can download the source code, you can modify, you can reuse for different purposes. No one will ask you or no one will take any legal action. And this Ansible is owned by Red Hat. And in simple, Ansible is a configuration management tool. Right. So this configuration management tool we can use for task automation, application development, and orchestration purpose. All right. So what are the common issues we discussed here? So those issues we can fix or we can overcome those issues by using this Ansible. Again, you might get a doubt why we need to go with only Ansible, right? So for that, here we have this advantages screen. So if you observe this Ansible, firstly, this Ansible is agentless. So what exactly this agentless means? See, if you're taking some configuration management tools like Chef, so what you need to do, you are going to have a server and you're going to have some clients or nodes, right? So you're going to have a small software, or technically we call it as an agent in this client devices or node devices. So these nodes will connect with the server continuously. This agent responsibility is continuously in communication with the server, and if any change is happening here or if any change we are trying to apply, this agent is responsible for that. But problem is, this agent also consumes some compute resources like a CPU, memory. Okay, so it's unnecessary overhead for this devices. But when coming to this Ansible, it's a agentless. So basically, Ansible also running in similar mechanism. We are going to have like a manage node and control node. So technically, control node is nothing but server. Manage node is nothing but the devices you want to manage. Okay, So what happens, we are going to write some playbooks or we are going to execute some commands from this server, right? So these commands will connect to with these nodes and it will execute here. So for that execution, there is no agent involved. So this has a rich ecosystem. This Ansible has a rich ecosystem that where we no need to use any agent. So the communication and all, it happens over the traditional ports like SSH or WinRM. So that's a default, defaultly whatever server you are launching, right? If you want to get connected to the server, you have to open port number 22. That is nothing but SSH. So this Ansible also using, so the default port number only for this communication. So it's a agentless. But important thing is you should have Python here in this machine and you should have Python in all these machines. That's a important thing. So that's a first thing. And the second advantage is, so the simplicity. So whatever commands I want to execute here, whatever desired state, okay, whatever I want to install, whatever I want to uninstall, whatever user I want to create in this all nodes, I can simply write a YAML script. Okay, YAML, yet another markup language. It just key and value pair only. You can easily understand what exactly this YAML works and how YAML works. And however, I'll talk more about YAML in this course later. So you can simply write a playbook in YAML. Playbook is nothing but a set of commands, set of tasks you want to execute in these nodes. Okay, for example, user creation is an activity, installing a service is an activity, starting that service is an activity. So these are all activities, multiple activities you can combine into a file. So technically we call that as a playbook. So you can write that playbooks in this YAML and you can push that playbook to all these nodes. Okay, so that is a simple one. So where we are not using any agent and we are simply communicating with the nodes and we are executing that. And even for that execution and all the scripts and all, it's going to be very simply written in YAML. And it has large libraries of modules and plugins. See, these modules and plugins, right? So based on the action you're trying to perform, so this Ansible already have some inbuilt modules. For example, you want to create a file in these nodes, you don't need to traditionally use that commands, the Linux style commands, right? So what you can do, you can use a module and you can prepare that playbook and you can perform that automation. For example, I want to create a file here. I can use a file module. I want to copy something from this master managed node to, uh, sorry, this control node to managed node. So then I can use copy module. If I want to install something, I can use M module. So we have large set of modules that is available in this Ansible. And it's basically, as I told you, it's an open source, right? So large community and that to active community support is available and extensive documentation is available. So this Red Hat, right? They have beautiful documentation. You can refer the documentation whenever you are preparing your playbook. So you can easily understand, right? And you can easily prepare that playbooks. So these are some kind of advantages of this Ansible. And in what scenarios we can use this Ansible? So for configuration management, we can use this Ansible. Now I assume you got an idea what exactly this configuration management is. To deploying an application also we can use that. To perform task automation, you can do that. For orchestration purpose, for coordinating multiple tasks and systems also, we can use this Ansibles. All right, so that is all about some introduction, use cases, and advantages of this Ansible. So basically, this Ansible is a agentless, so we no need to install any agent. But now you might get a doubt, okay, how the communication will happen? See, in Ansible, primarily we have two components. One is control node, second one is managed nodes. So control node is nothing but where you are installing Ansible. So for example, if you are Ansible in this machine, so we are going to call this machine as a control node. And what are all the devices you want to manage by using this Ansible server, right? So those all devices, technically we can call it as a managed nodes. All right. So now how this communication happened, how Ansible control node will communicate with managed node. So if it is a Windows machine, it uses Windows remote management. If it is a Linux, it uses SSH. Right. So whenever basically it works with push based mechanism, whatever changes we want to apply on these all devices on these nodes, so we can write the changes as a playbook, or if it is a single command, you can make it as an ad-hoc command. So then you can push that changes to these all devices. So basically in this server or control node will contain two important files. One is Ansible configuration related ones. Second one is host related information. So these all technically hosts, right? So these all information we are going to have here in this host. Again, yes, we have to add that host information into that Ansible host file. What are the devices you want to manage? For example, you have a device that you really don't want to manage that device by using Ansible. So you can happily skip the device. You don't need to write that entry into this host file. Like a entry means like a IP address of the device or a fully qualified domain name of the device into this host file, right? So that we are skipping that. And also, we do have an option to apply to all the devices, or we can make this device as a groups also. For example, if you observe here, those are this green color one, I'm calling it as a web servers. Let's assume these all are the web servers. So it has different installations, configurations, and we have another set of servers called DB servers. See, I don't want to apply some changes on all the nodes I have inside my organization. Okay, so I want to apply some changes to only web servers. So in that scenario, what I can do, I can use this group mechanism. So that groups also we can write in this host file itself. If you observe, this is my web server, that is a group. Within that web server group, I'm adding two devices, host 1, host 2. Now, if I want to take some action, if I want to install something, if I want to uninstall something, if I want to start something only to this web servers, I can simply use this group name so that the installation or the required action happens on this only group of resources. If I want to perform something only on DB servers, we can simply give this resource IP address also. That is one option. But if you have multiple resources, managing as a group is easy for our operational purpose. So if I want to perform something for DB servers, I can simply call this as a DB server, and that DB server IP addresses we have to add here. If I'm onboarding any new database server, simply what I can do, I can add that server IP address or that server's domain name, fully qualified domain name as part of this group. So these all we are going to manage by using this Ansible host. See, yeah, so this is the one. For example, a new server came and we have onboarded that server. So simply what we can do, if it is a database server, I can like add here, and let's assume if the database server name is, I have given something like a host 4. So simply I can give host 4. Now, how this communication happened between this newly created device and this control node. See, one important thing here, what are all the devices you want to manage by using this Ansible? That device should have Python. See, this is the logo I have added. So all your host devices and your control node also. What are all the devices you want to manage, right? And your server should have this Python. What if we don't have Python? For example, I have this device, I don't have Python, so I still added that entry here. So now what happened? So we cannot perform any, like, push, we cannot perform any modification into that host. So Python is the underhood here. So we definitely required Python on all the devices we want to manage. All right. So again, are we going to write anything in Python? So no, basically the Ansible is designed and running on top of Python. Of course, we can use different programming languages to prepare our plugins, modules and all that we will discuss later in the course. So, but primarily we have control node where Ansible is installed, and we have managed nodes. What are all the devices you want to manage by using this Ansible? Those all devices, technically we call it as a nodes. So how this node is going to communicate with this, how this control node is going to communicate with managed node? Via SSM, SSH port number, or WinRM, Windows Remote Management. So SSM is very basic protocol for our Linux operating system. See, if you want to get connected to any Linux instance, definitely SSH required. So it is using that existing SSH one only. So there is no agent. That agent is going to enable communication between this control node and manager nodes. So because of this agentless, right? So we are automatically reducing some load on our managed nodes or our servers or our devices. All right. So that is uh, actually Ansible architecture. Right, so this control node and managed node required Python. Linux server uses SSH, Windows uses Windows RM. Managed node is nothing but machines that you want to control or manage using Ansible. So in our next video, we are going to discuss how we can install and how we can configure this control node and manage nodes. So in this course, right, I'm going to use all AWS resources. I'm going to take an EC2 instance and I'm going to install Ansible in that machine, and I'm going to call it as a control node, right, or Ansible server, and I'm going to take couple of more EC2 instances, right, and I'm going to manage those instances from this control node. So if you don't have any idea on Amazon Web Services, so we have lot of videos in this channel, in our YouTube channel. So you go there, you spend some time and you launch a couple of EC2 instances, you get connected to it, and then you can continue this practice. All right, I strongly recommend you to you use these configurations, practice and everything on in cloud platform. I'm going to discuss how we can install Ansible and how we can prepare EC2 instances as like a control node and manage node, and these machines I'm going to use later in the course, right? So this video, I'm mainly focusing on installation part and preparing our nodes. So as I told you, I'm using AWS environment to explain this. So I'm in Singapore region, and let's navigate to instances, click on launch instance. See, I'm going to take total 3 EC2 instances. 2 instances I'm going to use as a node, and 1 instance I'm going to use as a server. So this control node is nothing but where we install Ansible, right? So I'll use one machine to use as a control node, and manage node, remaining 2 I'll use as a managed node. So currently I'm not going to give any name and I'm going to choose Amazon Linux 2 AMI operating system. T2 micro is sufficient. That is what comes under free tier eligibility. And key pair, I'm going to create a key pair and I'm going to call this key pair as a Ansible course. Right, I'm using PEM format, then create key pair. All right, so now I'm going to choose RTOS and public IP address as a yes. And I'm going to create a security group and I'm allowing SSH from anywhere from the world. And 8 GB is fine, GP2 is okay. And as I told you, I'm going to launch 3 EC2 instances. Then click on launch instance. All right, so now I'm going to get 3 EC2 instances. My strong suggestion, guys, whenever you are not practicing, or like, for example, you practiced for 1 hour, later you are not going to practice, I strongly recommend you to stop this EC2 instance. Okay, so that you can save some hours from the free tier limitation, right? You are going to get only 750 hours from every month under free tier limitation. So if you're continuously running all three EC2 instances, so definitely you're going to get charged for remaining two EC2 instances. So that's the reason you launch, you run these instances, you practice. Once you're done with your practice, you have an option, select instances, go to instance state and stop instances so that you will not get charged. All right, so I got three EC2 instances here. I'm going to give name for this machine. So for one machine, I haven't performed anything. Initially, I'm giving name, and based on that name, I'm going to do that activity. So I'm going to call this as a Ansible server, right? And I'm going to call this as a node 1, and I'm calling this as a node 2. All right, so I'm going to install Ansible in this Ansible server. So now to get connected to this Ansible server, we have multiple options. You can use this connect option, but make sure your security group port number 22 is open for everyone, or you can use this regular terminal option. So now I'm taking this Ansible server, click on connect and click on connect. Most of the times I will use browser method in this course. So in this browser method, right, whenever you got any doubt, okay, whether I'm in server or not, see, now we are working across three devices. Definitely, at some point of time, we will get some confusion, we will get some doubt, okay, in what machine I am. So if it is a terminal, right, it's a bit difficult to identify. So I'm using this browser so that immediately observe here, okay, I can easily identify, okay, I'm an Ansible server, right? If it is a node, it will show as a node 1. So you can always refer this bottom left part to identify whether you are in server or you are in node. All right. So now I got connected to this server and I'm going to elevate my privileges to root sudo space su. All right. So now, as I told you, I'm going to install Ansible in this machine. To install Ansible, see, if it is another Linux flavors and all, you need to use that like, EPL repository and all. But whenever you're using this Amazon Linux 2 operating system, Ansible is already available in this Amazon Linux Extras repository. So just to install, what you need to do, Amazon Linux extras, then space, I want to install, then Ansible 2 is the package name you gave -y. But before installing this, I'm just giving like which Ansible. It tells us whether we already have Ansible or not. Already you observe here when I'm running which Ansible, it is saying no Ansible available in this machine. All right, let's go ahead and let's install this. Amazon Linux extras. So then install. Ansible 2 hyphen y. Then click on enter. So now it is going to get the required packages. See, basically Ansible required Python. So do I have Python in this machine? I may have, I may not have, right? So this Amazon Linux extras, while installing this Ansible, right, it automatically gets the required Python. You see here, um, not only Ansible installed, along with that is Python 2, Crypto, Python 2, Paramico, right? So these all SSH pass also installed. These all automatically installed. So that's a good part with this installation process. Now installation completed. I just want to verify whether the installation really success or not. So I can give which Ansible. Earlier, it's shown as a no Ansible, right? But when I'm giving which Ansible, this time it is giving /bin /Ansible. All right. Again, I want to verify the installed Ansible configuration version. What exactly version I have installed in this machine. So I'm giving Ansible space hyphen version. Click on enter. And you see here, Ansible, it is returning where is that configuration file. You remember this diagram I have shown in the previous, okay, I think it's already open. Yeah, what is that? No. Yeah, Ansible, yes. So if you observe this diagram, see here, currently we are configuring this part. I'm not touching anything about the nodes yet. I'm configuring this control node. So in this control node, two important things. One is configuration file, second one is host file. Alright, so if you observe, when I'm running this Ansible space hyphen version, it is giving, okay, in this location, this Ansible configuration is there. So by running this Ansible version, we can get that path. And along with that, like, the modules, we have something called modules here and executable location also. Whenever we are running this which Ansible, right? So automatically it is giving /bin Ansible. And also observe here, Python also is there. Python also installed along with this Ansible. See, if you're planning to use any other operating system, I'll give that commands in our GitHub. Again, one important thing, whoever following these videos, right? So I already prepared a GitHub URL. So you can go to that GitHub URL and you can get all the installation commands and all. It's actually Ansible, not upload, right? So you see here, this is an Ansible installation and configuration. Whatever the commands I'm explaining, right, or I'm using, right, those all already available here. You can follow this document. So now, so generally in organization, to perform this, activities, see, observe here, now by using this Ansible, we are going to do some activities here in this managed nodes, right? So are we going to use root user for this activity? No, we don't use root user for these activities. So then how we can do? See, the standard or best practice method is you create a user here in this control node, right? And also make sure that user present in this devices also. Make sure the user present in another devices also. And whenever this Ansible trying to execute something, whenever Ansible trying to install something, whenever it is trying to start the service, whatever the common user we are using across all these devices, right? That user should have valid permissions on the devices. So for that, what I'm doing here, I'm going to create a user in control node, and also same user I'm going to create here in this managed node also. See, okay, the user creating here in control node as well as managed node. So, but whenever we are trying to SSH from this machine to this machine, it will ask for password, right? So now while executing this Ansible commands also, do we need to enter the password of the user? Why? Because we are going to use that user in managed nodes. Do we really need to enter the password? The answer is no. Okay, if you enable passwordless authentication across all these devices, so you no need to enter any passwords, and that is what the most of the organization prefer to configure. So as a first step, let's take it as a phase by phase. So first part is I have completed installation in this control node. So this is my Ansible server. Okay, that is first step. Second step, I'm going to create a user here in this machine first. So then as a third step, how many devices I'm going to manage by using this Ansible? In all those devices, I'm going to create a user. So I'm going to maintain same username here in my server as well as my nodes. And also, whatever user I created here, I'm going to give step 4. Step 3 itself, I'm going to do here in the server. So step 3, whatever user I have created, right? I'm going to give local administrator permissions. Basically, I'm going to give sudo permissions to this user. Once this part is completed, I'm going to create this user. Step 3, create user and provide sudo permissions. So these activities I'm performing in my nodes. How many nodes? If you have 2 nodes, you have 3 nodes. Yes, I'm going to install in all the 2 nodes. I launched just some time back. So take it as a fourth step. So once this step is completed, I'm going to take it as a fifth step. That is passwordless authentication between these. For that, I'm going to generate a RSA key and I'm going to copy that key to the desired host so that whenever Ansible trying to execute something without any password, it can execute. All right, so that is what I'm going to do. So let's jump into the first step that is already completed. Let's jump into hands-on. So the first step already completed. Now, second step, let's create the user and provide him sudo or permissions. All right, so let's decide what is a common name you want to use. So I'm going to call this user as a Ansible user, right? So let me increase the font a little. All right, I hope this is okay. Now, I'm working as a root user. To just verify whether you are really working as a root user or not, you can enter who am I command. So we are working as a root user now. I'm giving user add. I have given my username as a Ansible user, and definitely it's recommended to set up a password. PASSWD, give username Ansible USR. Okay, now set a password. Already I have given that password. That's okay. All right. So now we have created a user and we have provided password for that user. All right. So that's it. Now we need to edit this sudo file. So now if you want to switch sudo space su hyphen Ansible USR. All right. So now I'm giving who am I. Currently observe here, I'm working as an Ansible user. But this Ansible user, does he have required permission to install something? Does he have required permission to modify some configuration files? Let's give it a try. I'm trying to install, yum install. I'm trying to install a package called tree-y. And you see here, you need to be root to perform this. Even if I'm adding sudo yum install tree-y. All right, it's asking, okay, great power comes great responsibility. Think before what you type, respect the privacy of other user. Right, all this okay. I'm going to enter the password of this Ansible user. And what it is saying, Ansible user is not in the sudo file. So this incident will be reported. All right, so this Ansible user trying to install something or trying to modify something that he is not authorized to do. Okay, so definitely, so that we have to provide sudo permissions. Why? Because we are going to use this user in our nodes also, right? So we are using this user to start services, install the things, stopping some services. Definitely, it's recommended to provide sudo permission. So, so now let's provide sudo permission to the user we created, the Ansible user. So for that, if you're using this browser method, the sudo file may not open appropriately. So better to use putty or command prompt to get connected and then edit the sudo file. I'll show you what is the problem if you're trying to edit this sudo file. So you can add sudo or vi sudo is a command. So just scroll down and this at the rate case and all, it's automatically coming, right? So basically this is a small problem. So whenever you're using this browser method to get connected to. So my suggestion, you use putty or any other tool and you get connected to your Linux instance, that too specifically while you are editing this sudo file. Okay, so then you give vi sudo. So earlier, whenever we are trying to execute commands with the Ansible user, it's not allowed, right? But whatever the entry we are going to add now, so press I to go to insert mode and look for this line, allow root to run any commands anywhere. So similar way, I'm going to add this user, Ansible USR space, or you can use tab also, all is equal to, in bracket you give all and enter no pass colon, no pass wd colon. So then you can give all, right? So now what happened, whenever this Ansible user trying to execute any command, so we are allowing that Ansible user to execute command with root level permissions. And also, so generally whenever we are executing, right, it is asking us to enter the password. So this option, no pass wd colon option, won't allow the password, it like, eliminate that password enter process. So press escape colon wq. All right, so now we edited that file, right? So now let's switch to that Ansible user and trying to perform something. I have given sudo space su hyphen Ansible usr. Earlier, whenever we try to install something, it gave an error, right? So this time I'm installing install tree-y. Still, it is giving you need to be root to perform this command. But as this user is part of sudo, what I can do, I can simply add sudo in front of this and observe now it is allowing us to install that by using this Ansible user. So we are currently working as Ansible user only, and we have given sudo permission to this Ansible user. Now, right, so the Ansible user created, fine, that is okay. So then what we can do is the step 4, right? So we have to perform same thing in our node also. Okay, so let's connect to our nodes and quickly perform this. I'm connecting to node 1. I'm connecting to the node 1. I'm elevating my privileges to root. I'm clearing the screen. And you know the commands, right? User add, Ansible USR, PASSWD, Ansible USR. So give the password, whatever password you want to set up. I have set up password for this user. Now elevate this user privileges to root and edit that sudo or file. Right, so this machine is somewhat working good. Where is that line, that root user? right? So here it is. So press I, go to new line, Ansible user, all right. So press escape, colon WQ. So my node 1 part is completed. Okay, my node 1 configuration is completed. Quickly, I'm going to do the same thing in my node 2 as well. See, I'm using this browser method just to identify whether we are in node 1 or not. So let's go to node 2, connect, click on connect. Now I'm in node 2. So this is only one-time configuration, guys. Now I'm working as a root user, user add or add user. You can use anything. Ansible USR, EASSWD, Ansible USR is a username, and I'm entering the password. All right. So now edit the sudo file, then scroll down. All right. Press I to go to insert mode. So then enter the required information. All right. Press escape, colon WQ. So you can even verify that in node also. So now I'm in node 2. I just want to switch to Ansible user, sudo space hyphen, Ansible USR, right? I'm working as Ansible user now. So if I want to do something, yum sudo yum install httpd, click on enter. You see here, I'm able to. I'm just canceling it just to verify. All right, I'm switching to root user again, and here also, right, so this is a node 1. Here also I already working as a root user. Now here I'm working as a root user. I'm in Ansible server now. Okay, the user is present in all 3 devices. Now I want to SSH into the device. Okay, so I'm switching to Ansible user in my Ansible USR. All right. So now in my server, I'm working as Ansible user. I'm trying to SSH into this another EC2 instances like a node 1 and node 2. Now I'm trying to SSH into this nodes. I have node 2 here. I have node 1 here. See, I want to SSH into this another nodes. See, currently I'm working as Ansible user. So I'm giving SSH. So then we can give like a username at the rate that IP address. But another important configuration we have to pay some attention. So that is we have to edit so this SSSD configuration file. So we are going to enable password authentication in all the 3 servers. So for that, what we need to do? So let's work as a root user, VIM. Under etc, we have a path for SSH. So then we have SSHD config file. So edit this config file, and if you scroll down again, I don't know why my server is giving this trouble actually, but another machines are working fine. So let me do one thing. I already connected the server, right? The session got blocked. So let's reconnect to the server. Let's grab the Ansible server IP address. That here. Sudo space su to switch to root user. So now VIM under etc SSH dconfig is a file. So here, observe here, password authentication is set to no, right? So I'm going to use password authentication. So we have to set to yes. Press escape :WQ. So as we did some changes to SSHD config, right, we have to restart the service. Service SSHD restart. All right. So we did this in server. Now we have to do same thing in the client as well, nodes as well. So let's go to node 1. I'm assuming it will allow me to edit without any trouble. SSHD config. Yes. I'm not, I don't have any clue why my server is giving that problem. So let's scroll down. And here you can observe password authentication, right? Press I to go to insert mode. Set this password authentication as a yes. So I'm using a password to connect from one server to another server. So otherwise we have to use key pair. YAML, etc, SSH, SSHD config. Press I to go to insert mode and set this password authentication to yes. :WQ. Service SSHD restart. Do that in this another machine also. Service SSHD restart. All right. So now all three machines ready to SSH in from one machine to another machine. So from this server, Ansible server, I'm trying to SSH into this node 1 and node 2. All right. So how we can do that? So directly if you want to SSH, so what we can do, SSH, or first switch to node user, sudo space su hyphen Ansible user. Now I'm working as Ansible user here, SSH. So then you can give this, I want to connect to node 1, right? I'm going to grab that node 1 IP address, paste that here, enter. Now it's asking, are you sure you want to connect? Yes. So then it is asking for me to enter the password. Okay, I'm entering the password. Now I successfully connected to my node 1. Now you might get it out. Okay, Avinash, you saying we successfully connected to node 1, but how you can say? See, I'm giving host name. You see this? This host name is actually node 1 host name. Right, you observe this IP address is 44.46, right? So whenever we are giving hostname -I, it will display the IP address of the device. So currently we are in 44.46. Type exit. Okay, now connection to this is closed. All right. So now we have configured password authentication, right? So we have these three devices. From any device to any device, we can connect. But the thing is, we have to use the password. So if you want to use this Ansible, it's recommended to use passwordless. Why? Because see, when I'm trying to run some command from this Ansible server to Ansible nodes, right? So it won't ask us to enter the password. It won't give such type of prompts. So we have to enable passwordless authentication. For that, what we need to do? So this step applicable for only server. Okay. So now go to Ansible server. Now I'm in this server. Okay. So as I mentioned, we have to generate a SSH public key and we have to copy that SSH public key here. Right. So for generating the SSH key, we have a very simple command. Again, but important thing is you should work as Ansible user. Okay, so now I'm taking SSH hyphen keysend. So this command is going to generate a key, and the type of key I'm using RSA. then click on enter. So enter file, yes, where you want to save. Okay, I'm going to save this in this location, then click on enter. So yeah, I'm not providing any password. If I give ls, it won't show, but give ls space -a, there is .ssh, right? If you go inside this .ssh, if you give ls, you see this, these are the keys we have generated. Again, do I need to generate these keys? Do I need to generate these keys in all the three machines? No, you no need to. So you have to generate this key and you have to share this key with, you have to generate this key in server and you have to share it with the nodes. Okay. So the reason from server to node, we are going to push the commands, we are going to send instructions. But from node to server, we are not going to do anything, right? So that is the reason we have to create the key in server itself. All right. So now we have created the key, and this public key we have to copy to this another devices. So again, do we need to copy manually? No. For this SSH keys, there is a command. So you can use SSH-copy ID is a command. Now, as a what user you want to, Ansible USR @ to which machine you want to copy. You want to copy to node 1. You grab that node 1 IP address, you enter that here. Then click on enter. So this is the last time you're entering the password. Once this operation completed, right, you can do password authentication. Ansible USR. All right. So now I'm trying to log in and it got success. All right. So now let's do this same thing for another server also, node 2 also. So grab node 2 IP address, right? So in place of this first server or node 1 IP address, give node 2 IP address, click on enter, and all keys were skipped. Okay, maybe I'm entering wrong IP address. Yes. So I have entered same. The changed password did not take an effect. Right. Again, it is asking for the password. Enter the password. That's it. SSH key copied to both of these nodes. All right. So earlier, when I tried to connect to these nodes from my server, it asked me to enter the password, right? But now, from this Ansible server, if you want to get connected to any of the node, you no need to enter the password. See, I'm copying this public IP address, private IP address, SSH space, given this IP address, click on enter. You see, automatically I got connected. Let's test with another node also. I have this node to copy this and give SSH, then space, give the IP address, click on enter, and we got connected here also. All right. So the initial basic setup completed. I know it might look complex whenever you're doing this for the first time. So, but if you break down, if you ask me to break down into step-by-step process, right? So the first, launch Ansible server, right? Install Ansible here. Once Ansible installation is completed, so then create a user, Ansible user, provide sudo permission to this user, and enable password authentication. Once these operations are completed, then do same thing in our node 1, in node 2 also. Right? So creating user, right, providing sudo permissions, and enabling password authentication in all the three devices. So then what you can do, so then use this SSH keygen to generate a public key and private key, right? So then copy that key to this node 1 as well as node 2, so that From Ansible server, without any password, we can, or Ansible itself can authenticate or can connect to these nodes. So let's start creating Ansible Ad-hoc commands and Ansible playbooks in our next video. Okay, so I have all the three servers that I have configured in previous video. Let me get connected to these EC2 instances. Right, I'm using browser methods so that I can easily identify on what machine I am. So if you're using Windows operating system, you can use a good tool called Mobile Exterm. All right, so this is my Ansible server. This is my node 1. This is my node 2. I'm planning to manage this node 1 and node 2 via this Ansible control node or Ansible server, I'm calling it here. So let's switch to Ansible user we have created. Sudo spaces u Ansible usr. All right, so Gav, who am I? I'm working as Ansible user here in the Ansible server. I'm going to switch to Ansible user in all the machines like node 1 and node 2 also. All right, so now see, I'm in this Ansible server, right? So as I told you, whenever we perform this installation, we will primarily get three files. One is host, second one is configuration, third one is roles. I'll talk roles later. So this configuration and host. See, as I told you, this is my Ansible server. These are my node 1 and node 2 that I want to manage. So how we can manage that? So for that, what we can do? See, in this server, this is my Ansible server, right? In this Ansible server, we have host file. In this host file, what are all the devices you want to manage, right? So those all IP addresses or fully qualified domain name, you can add inside this server inventory. So basically, we even call it as a inventory also. Okay. So if you have 100 servers, yes, 100 IP addresses or 100 host names, you need to add into this host file in this Ansible control node. Okay, and by defaultly, where this file stores, it's under etc Ansible. There you can see this host file. And this host file entry is actually configured in the configuration only. So let's observe. See, currently I'm under /home Ansible user home directory. Let's go into cd etc Ansible location. If you give ls, you observe here one is ansible.cfg file, second one is host file, third one is roles. So if you observe this host, I'm using cat command and I'm opening this host file. You see this? So this is all information. It should be it should be live in this location, and comments begin with hashtag, blank lines are ignored, right? So these are some examples. Example one, ungrouped host. Just what are all the devices we want to manage, we are giving it here. Then we are creating it as a group, right? We are giving specific numbers. We are giving specific, we are combining, we are creating another group and we are combining it with some names and some IP addresses. It's a combination. Right. So, what exactly these host patterns are, we will try to understand now. But as I told you, this host file entry actually present in this configuration file. In the same location, we have this ansible.cfg, right? So let's edit that. I'm using VIM editor, ansible.cfg. Now, if you observe, see, these all default. So observe here, we all these entries, including the inventory. So we have this hashtag. So this hashtag is nothing but commented out. That entry is commented out. So this Ansible can't read this as it is treating as a comment. So press I to go to insert mode. remove. You see that color changed as I'm using VIM editor. Yes, the color changes. Now the inventory location is etc Ansible hosts. All right. So let's escape colon WQ to write these changes. All right. So we have uncommented that inventory entry in ansible.cfg. That inventory is configured to point to this host file. Can we change that? Yes, you can do that. If you want to, you can give -i, or while you're executing command also, you can give host name and you can do that. All right, but in this, right, in this video, I'm going to use default host file only. Now, what is this host file contains? So this host file actually defines the inventory of the host is nothing but all the nodes, all the devices you want to control, and you can combine all that as a groups. See, you have 100 servers. Out of that 100 servers, 50 servers are web servers, 10 servers are database servers, 10 servers are application servers, 10 servers you're using for caching servers. See, these multiple servers, right, designed for same purpose. So simply you can create it as a group and you can use it as a group. So yeah, those all groups and host file and the actual node entries present in this host file. And also the default location is this. And if you want to change this location, you can give -i, or you can do one more thing. You can even pass an environment variable where Ansible underscore inventory is equal to, then you give a file path where you are maintaining all the host information, so that it will look for that file only whenever we are executing any command. And important thing is make sure you uncomment. Okay, that's we already did. So now let's understand this host file patterns. All right. So you see here, whenever we are typing this host is equal to all, or in Ansible playbook, right? We are going to define this manner. That's the reason I'm mentioning this format. So I'm giving host is all. And you see here, this is how many devices you have in the inventory. How many devices this Ansible is managing. Those all devices will come here. All the entries you have added into that host file. Okay, that is all, or you can even use wildcard also, star. And if you have group of servers, for example, you have web servers group, you have database servers group, you can define that as a web servers. So in your host entry, how you need to give? So you have to open this bracket, and whatever group name you want to give, you need to give that. um, you need to close the bracket, then you need to give all the IP addresses of that or fully qualified domain names, right? So now again, if you have another group like a DB group, you can give DB, then you start entering all the host here. Now I want to perform some automation on all these groups. So you no need to filter, or you no need to give individual IP addresses. Simply, this is group name, right? You gave the group name here. So what about another groups? See, we are not touching this DB, we are not touching this app and all, even if you have another group. We are not touching this DB, we are not touching app. So I want to perform some automation on this web group. Okay, so I'm giving that group name here as a host. Okay, so if it is something like, you want to filter, or you want to get all the nodes, whatever the node name is starting with app. So this star is like a wildcard. All the server names that is starting with app, those all servers will be part of this. And another example is here. So all the servers that is part of DB servers and app servers. Right. So you see here, I have given explanation for all these commonly used ones. These all we are using commonly, right? I have given valid explanation here. So if you scroll down, so if it is like, if you are giving group 1 colon group 2, so whatever the instance part of group 1 and group 2, If some instances are part of DB servers, some instances are part of app servers. So technically all DB servers and all app servers. Okay. So those all will be part of the command execution, whatever command we are trying to execute. And then web servers, here we have given and, right? So that means what are the servers part of web servers and production, these two groups, only that specific one. Not all group one, not all group two, right? So what are the intersection? Some instances may be part of web as well as production group. So we can give. So can one host member of multiple groups? Yes, one host can be member of multiple groups also. And we can even give in this format like, under web servers, for example, let's assume we have a group with the name called web. In this web, we have 4 servers. Out of these 4 servers, I want to execute one command on first 2 entries, first 2 servers only. Then what we can do? We can give 0 to 1. So first entry always treated as a 0. First entry always treat as a 0. And you can even give in this manner. For example, we have web here and we have 4. I want to execute something on this last one. So what you can do? You can refer that as a -1. -1 is nothing but the last one. -2 is nothing but last but one. Okay, so you can filter by using these methods also, first and second. If you are giving something like a 0 to 2, so that is nothing but first server in the list, second server in the list, third server in the list. So 0 also part of this, right? So it's actually represents 0, 1, 2 total. First one, second one, third one. All right. So these are some host pattern. And you can always use, so this list node command, you can always use this list node so that like you can identify how many devices are there, right? Let me quickly show you. So here I have this Ansible server, right? In this Ansible server, I'm going to enter, I want to filter all the devices this host entry contains. So what I'm doing, I'm giving this command, Ansible all. So Ansible is a common command. All, see here, I'm using all host, all entries are added to host file. You might get a doubt, okay, we have not added, right? Yeah, I have not added, but I'm trying to verify. Without adding any server IP address, if you are trying to perform something, what happened? So I'm using a module -m. So basically, I'll talk more about this -m, this -v, all these things, module, the command in our next video. So, but for now, our main focus is on host management. So let's go here. From my server, I'm giving Ansible all -m ping -v. You can even ignore this -v also. Click on enter. You see this? So now what Ansible will do, Ansible will go to the host file and it will look for the all servers added to that host file, and that host list is empty. So that's the reason it is not executing this in any of the server. What we need to do? So edit that, sudo vim hosts. Now you go to any location, add your servers. So currently I'm not going to group it as a, I'm not going to group together. I'm simply taking this, my node 1 IP address. In next line, I'm giving my node 2 IP address. All right. So I have added 2 lines here. So if you want to add one as a web server, what you can do, I'm going to give one name as a web and you gave that IP address here. And I'm going to take another as a DB group. Okay. Then you can give that all here. Right. So now if you have multiple servers in this web, you can even mention that For example, 68, 69, 70. Some servers are there as part of web. I'm going to give, basically I don't have the servers. If we don't have any active server, that ping will fail. Okay, so yeah, I have added some entries here, then press escape, colon WQ. Sometime back, whenever we are trying to ping all, right, it's not working, right? But this time I'm going to give this ping module Ansible space all hyphen m ping, click on enter. Now you see here, so this ping command executed in server 1, that is nothing but 39.68, and now it is also executing on 44.46. So two servers it is pinging. Again, as I have given all the entries we have in that host will execute with the ping command. Okay, but what my requirement this time, I'm just changing. I'm using same command, but instead of all, I'm giving just web. Then click on enter. Now what happened? Under web host section, what are all the devices we have, what are the nodes or what are the IP addresses we have, only that is giving response. I want to ping only DB servers. So I can give DB here, then click on enter. You see, only the DB server, it's success, it is pinging. So these errors you can ignore for now. Okay, you can give hyphen v verbose also. See here, it's pinging. All right, so we are using this group, we are using this all command, right? We are using all, we are using group to find our devices. All right, so I hope you got this host file patterns, and even this, if you observe, if you open this host file, you see AWS itself given a lot of examples here. You can refer that example also, and um, I also added some examples and description here in our GitHub location. You can always refer and you can try to understand that. So that is all about host pattern. All right, in our previous video, we have discussed host patterns, right? So what are all the hosts this Ansible is managing? So we can execute command in that hosts, but this commands, right? It uses only one module. It is not like, ad-hoc command means it just one line command. If you observe here, this is just a one liner that you can use to perform very quick tasks. It's not combination of tasks. So if you understand this ad hoc commands, you can easily understand, okay, how we can combine the task and why we need to combine the task also, I will explain. So, but this ad hoc commands, so basically, it's useful to start some services. It's useful to like, quickly you want to gather some information. For example, you have 50 servers or 40 servers, and you need to get storage information of that all the 40 servers. So for that, you don't need to spend any time. You don't need to run any, create any playbook and run that. So you can simply use this ad hoc command, or you have a service, you want to get a service status. So in that scenario also you can simply use ad hoc. So quick actions, and that to one lined command, we can call it as a ad hoc command. And while you are passing these ad hoc commands, so you can pass some parameters like hyphen a, that is nothing but argument. See, we are going to use a concept called module. So we have a lot of modules in Ansible. What exactly module you want to use? You can pass this hyphen m as a parameter. Then you can give your module name. Okay. So if you want whatever commands you want to pass to that module, you can define that as a hyphen a. And then we have hyphen b. So this hyphen b is nothing but like become super user, right? So, for example, some commands um, need to execute with sudo over permission or with administrator permissions or elevated permissions. Okay. So if you're, for example, if you are running like something like a df command, no need to have any administrator permission, but you want to install something, you want to uninstall something, or you want to start a service in such type of scenarios, so definitely you have to pass this -b parameter so that the command you're trying to execute will execute with administrator permissions, right? So let's jump in and let's perform this ad-hoc commands hands-on. All right, now I'm in Ansible server. Here is the Ansible server, and these are the two nodes I'm managing, node 1 as well as node 2. All right, so now I want to list all the hosts. So for that, we have a simple command, Ansible all list hosts. So if you're using this list hosts, so generally Ansible all means, so what are all the entries we have? What are the server entries added to that host file? All that servers. So I'm trying to list that host. You see here in my host file, I have two entries. These two are the entries. See, even if you observe cd, etc, Ansible, if you give ls, we have this host file, right? I'm going to edit this host file. And if you, okay, so this is giving some error, not opening properly. Let me use cat. See, in my server, sometimes it is giving that problem. Yeah. So you see here, in this entire only two servers, and that too I have segregated one as a web, another one as a DB. But end of the day, if you observe all four, we have two servers. That is what it is displaying here, list-nodes command. Okay. So even if you want to list something from a specific group, for example, I have this web group, right? I'm giving web list-nodes. So this device is part of web. And if you are giving something like DB, so this device is part of DB. So we can use all, or we can even use this specific group also. So that command execute only in that group. So most of the ad-hoc commands I'm going to execute in all the devices. Okay, now let's run our first ad-hoc command. See, I want to ping all the devices. So Ansible space all. See here, the syntax is Ansible is a common thing. This Ansible is a common. If you want to execute something in Ansible, you have to use that. And next to that, we have to define the host information. You want to give only one IP address, you can give. Or you want to give like a group, you can give. Right? Or you want to give a range of EC2 instances, like within web, if we have multiple. Within web, if we have multiple, like the first server to second server, first server to third server, you can define, okay, there should be a space. You can define in this manner. All right. So I'm going to give all. So that means all the hosts this Ansible control node is managing. -m is nothing but module. I'm going to use a module called ping. I'm using a module called ping. I'm giving -m, that is nothing but module. Then click on enter. So there is a default module available. Default module means Ansible, built-in module available. For ping, I'm using that. So click on enter. So then immediately you observe here total 2 servers are giving response. So this ping and response is pong. So that means yes. So we are able to ping that. And also you can see this warning, right? Platform, Linux and host, Discord, Python interpreter. So this is okay. I will explain you how to clear this uh, warning also. We have to add an entry in the configuration file. So if you're okay to continue, you can. Otherwise, open this configuration ansible.cfg file. Make sure you add sudo and somewhere in this document. Okay, uh, this is quite strange. Sometimes this VM editor is working, sometimes not working. Okay, let's try with VI. This also giving trouble. I'll use my command prompt and I'll connect to this edit. I'm not able to figure out why this is giving some issue. That too only sometimes. That too only browser method is giving issue. When I'm working when I'm working here via putty or via command prompt via terminal, it's not giving any error. Okay, sudo space su ansible user. So now navigate to etc ansible. Here we have this ansible configuration file. Okay, so make sure you open it with sudo or permission, otherwise you cannot edit. Press I. So you go to this file. Okay, somewhere you just add this line. So earlier we have inventory, right? So now just press I and take a new line. So you have to add interpreter underscore Python equal to auto hyphen silent. So if you are giving this, so we are the interpreter related warnings we are getting, right? We are going to automatically silent all those. It should be underscore, not hyphen. I just realized while saving this file. Okay, press escape colon WQ. Now, if you're trying to run the command, again, as I told you, just side by side browsers, right? So I'll prefer to run commands from this browser only. Now, those errors gone. You observe here, we are auto silenting those errors, uh, Python interpreter related errors. All right. So now, I want to execute another command. We have executed one-liner command that is using a ping module. So I want to execute a command in all the nodes and I want to understand what is the uptime of the servers. So whenever you're giving uptime, observe here I'm in node and I'm executing a command called uptime. You see this machine is up from last 18 minutes and this machine also should be same, right? So it is up from last 19 minutes. But we are executing these commands in each of the node, right? We executed this command in node 2, node 1, then we are getting that information. I want to execute same command, this uptime command. Okay, I want to I want to execute this command from server and I want to get information about my node 1 as well as node 2 from this Ansible server. For that, Ansible on all the hosts I want to execute this -m, what module you want to use, command module I'm using, what argument you want to pass, what command you want to execute. I want to execute uptime. So when you click on enter, now what this Ansible will do, Ansible will go and find all the devices. It is going to use a module called command module. It will execute this uptime. See, if you are not passing anything also, it will use this command module only. If you are not passing something, still it uses this command module only. All right. In place of this uptime, you can pass any command you want to. Okay. So let's execute this. Already you see here, last 20 minutes onwards, it is executing. This 39.68, this is 44.46. It is up and running from last 20 minutes and last 22 minutes. All right. So instead of this command, you want to execute some shell, then you can, there is a module for shell also. So you can give -m, then you give shell here, -a, that is nothing but argument. What command you want to? I want to pass this df or I want to pass this lsblk. Click on enter. Now you say this, whatever output, if we run this lsblk from the server, whatever the output we are going to get, that output we are going to get from Ansible server itself. Right? This is server node 1 information and this is node 2 information. So again, I'm trying to give this shell as an empty. I'm just giving -m, click on enter. All right. So what it is saying, okay, so there is a usage behavior. Whenever you are giving -m, so you should pass the module name. Can I execute something without this -m? Click on enter. You see, it's working. Whenever you're passing -m, you definitely need to give the module. If you're not giving -m, it defaultly uses that command option. It treated as a simple command, right? And it is going to execute. So if you are giving -m, make sure you give valid module name. If you are giving wrong module name, for example, I'm doing something else, but I'm giving wrong module name. When I click on enter, you see this task file has some extra patterns. So basically this file module is not designed to execute this command. File module has different process to execute or to perform some different operations in different manner. Right? We are trying to use this lsblk. Right? So that's the reason we are getting this error. So make sure you give appropriate module. So this Ansible directory, Ansible documentation have all the modules information. It has, it's a community version, right? Many contributors are there. So go to Google Ansible modules list. You go to all modules. Okay, rich documentation available. You see here AWS related, Azure related, GCP related. Okay, so we have all this. So if you want to know about any of this specific module, Ansible command module, right? So there is a built-in module called command. You go here or you go to this list commands module, or you can refer some third-party websites also. You can find some good documentation there. So go here, and whenever you are using this command module, what are the possible options? So primarily focus on this state option, but that is not applicable whenever you are referring the documentation. You see this? Right. So you can even see some examples also. These are some examples, but these examples are with some we use this when we are preparing Ansible Playbook. For built-in module, it's not really required. Okay. So yeah. So we have executed this command and we are able to get the response. Now let's see how we can use this for different modules or for different operations. For example, currently I'm in this etc Ansible location, right? So let me go to home home Ansible user location. Now I want to create a directory in these two nodes. Okay. Currently, do I have any directory? Currently, I'm also in the location only. When I'm giving ls, it's not showing anything. pwd ls, no directory available here. From this Ansible server, I'm going to use a module called file, and then I'm going to create a directory. Okay. So for that, Ansible all -m, what module you want to use. This time I'm using file module. Yes, file module is available. So you can even refer this Ansible file module. So go to this file module, and if you scroll down, file, manage files and file properties, go here, and yeah, you observe these all are the options. This state is important thing, right? So if you want to create something, if you want to delete something, if you want to hard link that, you just want to create a file, you can use the touch command, right? So we can use this state, right? So let me give -a. Now I'm going to pass the required commands. So path equal to where you want to create this directory, whatever directory you are going to create, right? What location you want to create. I want to create this in /home /Ansible USR / you gave your folder name. For example, I'm creating a folder with the name called Avinash. Then space state is equal to. Observe here in this file, we have the state, right? So now if you want to delete, you can give absent. If you want to create a folder, you can use this directory. If you are giving this directory, it will create a directory. If directory is already there, you give absent, it will delete it. Right? If you want to just create a file, you can use file or you can use touch command also. All right. So state is equal to directory I'm giving, then space -b. I'm becoming super user to perform this. It's not mandatory for this directory command. See, again, you might get a doubt, okay, do we need to give this entire path here? Not really required. So currently in my server, I'm working on this /home Ansible user, right? If you are not defining entire path, so the directory also, this Avinash directory also creates in same location. All right, so let's click on enter, and you see here the directory creation, it's changed. That means yes, it got executed. So if you're trying to execute same again, this time it's giving success. Earlier it told us, okay, this operation continued, like, the file created, but this time it is giving success. So why it is giving success? The directory is already there. That's the reason it is giving as a success. Okay, so how we can verify? Go to node, give ls, you see this Avinash directory. You go to node 2 also, give ls, you see this Avinash directory. So this, right, is the file module syntax. Okay, so now let's perform another command with another module. So I'm going to use yum module to install a package. See, currently in these node 1 and node 2, do we have HTTPD? Service HTTPD status? No, HTTPD could not found. Or you can use a command called which HTTPD, and it is saying no HTTPD in node 1. Let's test this in node 2 also. Which HTTPD? No HTTPD in server 2 as well, node 2 as well. So by using this ad-hoc command, I want to make these two instances, node 1 and node 2, as a web server. How we can do that? All right, that's we are discussing now. So I'm using Ansible on all the devices. -m, what module you are using? I'm using yum. See, we have two ways. One is Ansible all, right? -m, I can use command module -a, then I can give yum install httpd -y, then you can become as a super user to execute this. So I can use this. But what's happening here? We are executing this as a command inside our EC2 instance, the regular method. But instead of this command to install any package, right? Ansible has a inbuilt module. So we are going to use that module now. All right. So this, this is one option, and using yum module is another option. I prefer to go with the using yum module only. Why? Because whenever we are writing playbook also, we use modules, right? So Ansible all -yum, I'm using yum module -a, what arguments you want to pass to this module. So then what is the name of the package? HTTPD is my package name. Then space state. What is your desired state? You want to present or absent. So if you are giving present, it is going to install. If you are giving absent, it is going to remove that. If you want to just uh, restart this, for that we have different module. Okay, so again you might get a doubt, what is the state I have to give? The module name is fine, but what is the state I need to give? So to know that state, again you depend on this documentation, Ansible yum module. So go here, manage packages with the yum package manager. And if you scroll down, state is our primary focus. Observe here. So we have the state. If you are giving absent, it will remove. If you are giving installed, it will install. If you are giving like a latest, so latest one will be installed. If you are giving like a removed, okay, so the package will be removed. So based on your right, so requirement you can give. So I don't have that package, so I'm going to give present. That's a default one. If you're not passing anything, this this is a default operation. If you want to use this install, yes, absolutely you can do that as well. Instead of this present, I want to give it as a installed. That is also technically same. I'm giving -b. What happen if we don't give -b? See, whenever we are working as Ansible user, if I'm giving yum install httpd -y, so it is giving an error, right? You need to be root to perform this command. So that what I need to do, I have to add sudo here. I have to add sudo, but instead of this operation, adding sudo, what I'm doing, I'm passing a parameter -b here. So this command execute by becoming super user. All right. So let's enter this. All right. So in both the servers, the HTTPD package is installed. Okay. Now, how we can do that? How we can verify that? You go to the server. Earlier, whenever we are giving like which service status or which HTTPD, earlier no HTTPD, but this time whenever we are running which HTTPD, it's giving, yeah, HTTPD is there. It's in that USR directory. All right. So that means HTTPD package installed in both the nodes by using Ad-hoc command. Again, how to start the service? How to start the service? Again, for that also we have another module. Ansible all -m service is the module name. -a, what argument? right? So name is equal to httpd. What do you want to do with the service? The desired state is equal to, right? So stopped if you want to stop, right? Or running if you want to start. Again, you even I got it out now whether state is equal to running is valid or not. So let's refer this Ansible service module. Right, go to this service module and state. See here, started, stopped, restarted, reloaded. So I want to go with start the service. So I'm going to give started. Running is not a valid one. Started. Now, so again, become super user to execute this. Also, if you want to make this as a logon service, so generally to make any service as a logon service, we can give chk config httpd on, right? So this will become as a logon service. If you want to make it as a logon service, okay, so you can add one more here, enabled is equal to true. So if you're adding this, the HTTPD service also become as a logon service. Earlier, before executing this command, what is the status of this service? Service HTTPD status. There is a typo. Status. Alright, the service is inactive, dead, and also it's showing as a disabled, not a logon service. Service HTTPD status. Alright, it's dead, inactive, and it's in disabled state. Okay, so now I'm going to start this. I'm going to run this ad-hoc command to start the service. Alright, the service started. If I'm trying to run same command again, even through it is in running state, you see this? It's saying it's success, right? It's not modified. It's saying as a success. So no changes happened, right? So why? Because already service is in running state. Now if you give this service HTTPD status, right, you can observe here the service is active and it's set to enable. Okay, not only that machine, even in node 2 also the service already started up and running. So we have used service module for that. Now I will explain you one final module in this ad-hoc command. So that is copy module. Alright, if you want to use this copy module, basically copy module is to copy file from server to all the nodes. So whatever the file you want to copy, so you first need to have that file in this server. So I'm creating a simple index.html. Index.html, press I. I'm giving a simple header. This is my simple web page. I'm giving a header, :wq, ls cat index.html. All right. So it's fine. It's working fine. So now I have a file here with the name called index.html. This file I want to copy to my servers. Okay, currently do I have any file in this var HTML location in the servers? No, not only in that node 2. Let's verify var HTML. If I'm giving ls, here also no file available. Let me copy this file called index.html to this node 1 and node 2 var HTML path. Alright, so for that, again you can use regular command like a cp and all, but I'm going to use copy module. How we can do that? Ansible, let me clear the screen. Ansible -all. What module you want to use? Copy module. What argument you want to pass? So you have to define source and destination. src is nothing but source. So I have a file with a name called index.html. So I'm giving just file name. Why? Because a file present in current location. If I gave ls, I can see that file. If the file is somewhere else, I need to give that entire path. Then space dest, then equal to, that is nothing but destination, where you want to copy. In the server, we have a path var html. There I want to copy. You want to give any different name, you can define that name also, but I want to use same name. I'm just giving the path, destination path. Become super user to perform this, or it's just a copy operation. It's your choice. Then click on enter. All right, we got some error. So too many arguments. Um, Not sure. Ansible all copy source is index.html. Destination is equal to var www.html. Let me rerun this. Ansible all -m. I'm using copy module. -a. Did I miss -a in my previous command? Let's rerun this. -a. Source is nothing but index.html. Destination is nothing but var www.html slash, then give space -b. Let's run this. Okay, seems I did some mistake in that previous command. Okay, I have given -all in that previous command. That is a mistake I did. All right, good to know. So now if you observe, go here, give ls, you see here index.html, you go to node2 also, if you are giving ls, we have index.html here. So by using this ad-hoc command, right, let's give history once. See, just to perform one operation, to make this EC2 instances as a web server and to deliver a web page. So what I did here, I have written a playbook. I have used ad-hoc commands, right? First one is I have used yum. Second one, I have started the service. Third one, I have used copy operation. See, without performing these three operation, I cannot make this web server node 1, node 2 as a web server, right? So these three we can combine and we can execute in a single shot. So that is what Ansible Playbook is. But ad-hoc command, for every single operation, I'm writing a command. So then I'm using it, right? Okay. So ad-hoc command, we can use only one module. But in Ansible Playbook, we can combine multiple modules, multiple tasks, and we can run all together. Okay, so ad-hoc commands also useful. We use this also. Okay, so but it's useful to achieve just only one task. Okay, so how we can combine these three together and how we can deliver that as an Ansible playbook, we will discuss in our next video. All right, if you found this video helpful, if you are learning something new with this video, please don't forget to take some time and don't forget to subscribe. See you again next video. Thank you guys. Hi everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. My name is Avinash and in this video I'm going to talk about YAML. So it's YAML and markup language, or some call it as a yet another markup language. So but see this YAML, uh, while writing this Ansible playbooks, right? So we are going to use YAML only to write the playbooks. So in our previous video, we discussed ad-hoc commands. So a simple command, one single command we can pass and we can execute. But if you want to combine multiple modules, if you want to deliver multiple tasks, if you want to perform multiple tasks on that EC2 instances, definitely you should have some YAML basics. All right, so I already have some basic examples. I'm going to take you through that basic examples, and also We will write one simple YAML in this video itself. All right. So now, when coming to this YAML, see this YAML, it's like, it's a combination of key and value pairs. So if you observe this, right? For example, we have a person. We want to talk about that person. So you see here where name is equal to Avinash and his age is 30 and he belongs to Hyderabad. See, is it that much difficult to understand these three lines and understand what exactly we are trying to deliver? Not so difficult, right? So this is just key and value. This YAML is key and value. So the second one is basically in YAML, we have list type of things. For example, we have multiple persons, we have multiple fruits. So in that scenario, what we can do, we can use this list type of examples. See, observe here, right? You see here, we have fruits. Under fruits, there is a space available here, right? So then we have apple, then we have banana, then we have orange. See, for example, if I want to represent fruits, right? If I'm giving like a fruit, apple, banana, orange. So is this valid one? No. So I want to differentiate. For example, I want to give flowers. So if I give flowers like roses or jasmine, right? So is this a valid one? So definitely no, right? So but if you are giving like, okay, I want to segregate fruits, I want to segregate flowers. See, if I'm giving, okay, under fruits, I have apple, banana, orange. Under flowers, I have roses. So I can treat, okay, this fruit as a one section and it have some information, and flowers is one section and it have some information. So we can use this list method, right, in YAML. So, but you can easily understand, okay, we are talking about fruits and we listed three fruits here. I'm not writing any information about any fruit here. So, but we are talking about all fruits here. That is another example. See, in this YAML, we have nested structures also. In this nested structures, right? So, we are going to have a person, his information, and some things may have multiple information. If you observe this example, see, we are talking about a person and the person name is Avinash, his age is 30, right? So earlier we have just given city here, so we mention it as a Hyderabad. But now I want to add zip code, I want to add his local address, I want to add his home number, right? So in that scenario, along with this name, age, we have added one more, that is address. Within that address, yes, we have house number, we have zip code. So basically these two parts, right? It's related to this address only. Is these two parts directly related to age? Definitely no. Age also related to the person, name also related to the person, address also related to the person. But address has multiple subfields. So technically, we call such type of things as a nested structures. For example, now this is one person information. What if I want to write another person information? So in that scenario, what we can do? So simply, okay, I'm going to make this person as a person one, and I'm going to make this guy as a person 2. Now, what I'm doing? Name Avinash 2, age 32, and address I'm giving some, and pin code I'm giving some here. Right. So, we are giving multiple person information and we can easily able to read and understand what exactly we are trying to perform by using this um, YAML. Right. So we have comment section. This you might already aware whenever we have this hashtag, right? So for example, I have a user, I want to set a username and this comments help us, whoever want to um, later understand what exactly we are trying to deliver. So we can simply add this hashtag so that it won't treat as a command or it won't treat as a any integer, right? So it just just an information for that field. All right. So then let's take another example. You see here, this is arrays of objects. See, we have an option called employee. So within that employee, we have name, Avinash, and that his role. Fine. This is completed about Avinash. So now I have another guy called named Anudeep, and what is his role? Manager. I have another guy called Aravind. What is his role? Designer. You see here, these are arrays of objects. So Avinash is one object, Anudeep is an object, Aravindan is object, right? These are arrays of an object. And we have something called booleans and null. So generally whenever we are giving, like, this true, false, or null, right? So technically we call it as booleans and nulls, right? So this also, yes, we use in our Ansible. For example, whenever we are writing this Ansible playbook, so we are going to use an option called become. If you are giving this become true, right? So what happened? The commands will execute with sudo or permission, sudo user or root user permissions. So here you can use either true or false. Okay, so but you can't give something like, for example, become easy to iPhone user. Such type of things you can't give whenever you are writing this Ansible playbook. Okay, so such type of booleans and nulls also we use in this playbooks. And we have another example here. So let's try to understand in initial stage of your learning, right? So better first take a minute and read about that YAML, read that YAML file completely and try to understand. So it's very simple. Key and value only, you can definitely understand this. Only important thing is the spaces, right? If you are giving next to under the company, if you are giving name, this is not a valid one. All right. So you have to take care about spacing only, right? We have a company. This is a company name. What is a department? And who is the head? And what is his team members? Team and team members. And what is another department name? You see here, this marketing, not just right behind this department. So within department, we have engineering, and equivalent to engineering, we have marketing. Right. So within this engineering, we have a head called Avinash. Within this marketing, we have a head called Anudeep. Right. So you can easily understand this, and this is also another example for YAML. I'm going to upload all this file and this quick description about YAML into our GitHub channel, and I'll definitely place that video description in our uh, I'll share that link in our video description. Now, to understand this YAML, let's try to write a very simple. I'm not going to take you to any technical things. I'm going to write a simple YAML file, right? So I'm using Visual Studio. I'll tell you why I'm using Visual Studio. Can't we use any text editors like a Notepad++ or Notepad or any other editors? Yes, you can happily use that, but this Visual Studio, right? So it has an advantage. Okay, so that it gives the lining. Okay, now let me explain you. I'm going to explain about mango.yml is a file. All right, so here is a file. So first, I'm going to talk about fruits. So I'm mentioning it as a fruits. All right. So now, what is a fruit name? I want to write the fruit name. Um, these are suggestions where Amazon Code Whisperer is giving. So I just passed it. So I have some fruits and I'm going to give a name for that fruit, mango. All right. So now I want to add color. Right. See, observe here. I'm not writing this name under that. So I'm simply giving, uh, I have given a tab. So here tab works well. I have given a tab. Okay. And then I'm giving name, and you have to give one space. That is mandatory. And it's a mango. So then next what you want to give? I want to add color of that I'm giving yellow. Now, taste. See, this color taste no directly related, right? So that's the reason I have given separate section for color. Then below to that color, I'm writing it as a taste, right? It's sweet. Now I want to write about origin of this mango. So, as per my knowledge, this mango is originated from India, and some says Maharashtra, some says Andhra. Right. So, again, origin, can I give country? No. Basically, the country, region, or geolocation is part of origin, right? So, you need to add one tab here. So, I have given one tab, then country. You see here, next to the, below fruit, we got one line, right? So this name, color, taste, origin, all are in same line. And this country, right? It's not equivalent to that origin. We have used one tab. So country, India, and then region, Andhra, right? So now even if I want to give any specific part of that, I can give. But now I want to write something related to nutrients or minerals or vitamins. So is that part of origin? So definitely no. So let's come one step back. So now I'm going to give nutrients. I think the spelling is wrong. IENTS. All right. Yeah, nutrients. So within this nutrients, I have vitamins as well as minerals. Again, what I'm doing, click on enter, press tab. Now, vitamins. Within these vitamins, I have vitamin A, I have vitamin, not 100% sure what are the vitamins we have. I'm just using this as a examples, vitamin A, B, C. Now, again, along with vitamins, we have minerals, right? So, minerals. Now, we have minerals that is magnesium as well as calcium. You have to give space next to the hyphen. All right. So, this is a simple JSON file that is talking about mango. So the fruit name is mango, color is yellow, taste is sweet. And within this origin, we have multiple options here. So we made part of that origin. Within nutritions, we have these vitamins. Within that vitamins, we have multiple options, right? So we have defined that within minerals, we have multiple, right? So this is another a simple YAML example. So as I told you, YAML is not that much difficult to understand. So I suggest you take some simple YAML examples and you go through that and get familiar how the YAML works. So this is an important component in this Ansible. See, in our previous video, we have discussed ad-hoc commands, right? So where we are going to use only one module to perform one specific activity. But if you're taking some operations like installing Apache, right, so we have to install the Apache. If we want to pass any specific configuration, we have to replace the configuration file. We have to start the service. We have to copy the index.html file or our web content to var www.html. So then only the content will be delivered, right? So if you're taking this installation, we are going to do with yum. Service management, we are going to do with service module. Copy operation, we are going to use copy operation to copy data. So we are going to use at least three modules there. Okay, so how we can combine all the three modules and how we can do all these three activities at a time. So for that, we can use this Ansible playbook. Okay, these playbooks are written in YAML. Okay, so in our last video, we discussed very basics about YAML. So how exactly, we are going to write this Ansible playbook. So that part we discussed in our previous video. Right, so we are going to use that YAML knowledge and we are going to start writing our playbooks that actually building blocks are Ansible automation, right? So what exactly things you want to perform, what is the desired state of your system or application, everything we can automate by using this playbooks. So playbook primarily contain three things. So one is target, that is nothing but like, on what are all the instances or servers or VMs you want to execute something. And we can use variable section. So you can, if you want to reuse something, you can use a variable. And what exactly task you want to perform on all these hosts. You see here, I want to install Apache, I want to copy something, right? So on what are all the devices you want to do, that we can define under target. On that specific target, what exactly you want to do, right? So those two we can, these two, host section is mandatory and task section is mandatory. This variables is not mandatory. Without variables also we can write a playbook and we can deliver, right? The changes, we can apply the changes to all the nodes. All right, variables and handlers I will talk later videos. So for now, let's start writing our first playbook. But before that, quickly I'll show you what exactly this playbook is. You see, if you observe this specific playbook, so we are going to install a tree package. So basically tree is a small package, right? It is going to display all content, folders, all those things. So we are going to uh, install the tree package. On what are all the devices you want to install? If you want to install on all the devices, you can simply give all. Or if you want to install only in host pattern, we discuss this groups, right? If you want to install to only web, you can give like a web. You want to install to only DB, you can give only DB. So within this group, what are the servers? Those all servers will get this changes. Now I have, as an example, I have given web servers here. So this become true is nothing but whenever we are passing this ad-hoc commands, we have given -b, right? So -b is nothing but become super user and execute this, execute these tasks with super user permissions, right? So for that, we are using become as a true. And here is the task section. You see here, all the playbooks actually starts with triple hyphen. All the playbooks starts with triple hyphen. That is mandatory. And so this name, this triple hyphen and first hyphen, this name, right? So the triple hyphen and first hyphen should be in same line. And observe here, name, host, become, tasks, all are in same line. Right, and here name and package is in same line. With by using this package, whatever activity you want to do, it's in same line. Right. So how exactly in our last example, mango example, right? So in similar manner, we are going to perform here. Right. On this all web servers, what activity you want to perform? I want to use M module. This is a module we are using. Okay, you are using a module, but what you want to do? I want to install a package called tree. And what is the state? You want to install, uninstall, right? So whether you want to install or uninstall. If you want to install, you have to give it as a present. If you want to uninstall, you have to give it as a remove. Okay, so again, how we will come to know, like, whether I need to give present or I need to give absent or I need to give remove, right? So how we will come to know? See, if you observe this modules, right? So Ansible has vast documentation. So simply, for example, you don't know what exactly this M module is in Ansible and what you need to pass here under state. So firstly, what you can do, you go to the browser and search M module in Ansible. So you can go to this official website or even you can refer the third party websites also. So the important thing is you can get some examples also here. If you go here, you can see this example. So what is the name? We are installing latest Apache. What is the package name? HTTPD. Instead of that, I want to install different thing, so I can give different thing. I want to install tree, I can give tree. And what is the state? Latest. I'm looking for latest software. Or you can give present, or you can give absent. When we can give absent? Whenever you want to remove the package. So we have lot of examples, and we can always refer that examples while preparing. And also important thing is you can search for state here in this chart. You see here. So this is a chart what exactly we can parameters we can pass. So under that parameters, we will have a state parameter. Yes, here it is. Under the state parameter, whenever you are using these all are the choices we have. If you observe, absent, removing, installed, to install, latest, it will pick latest and it will install, present also for install purpose only, removed for removing. So these two, absent and removed, is for removing, these three is for installation. Not only for this module, you take any other module. For example, you don't know what exactly file module is. So file module in Ansible, you go to this file module. First, you search for this parameters. Under parameters, we have state, right? So go to that state parameter. And if you start reading this, absent, if you want to delete something, directory, it will be created if directory is not present. If directory is already there, it will. So file, it will create a file, right? If you are giving hard, it will prepare a hard link, right? And link, it is going to create a symbolic link. Touch, it is going to create an empty file. So you can always refer the state from this Ansible documentation. For every module, we have these parameters. Under the parameters, you refer the state. What is the desired state you want to configure? So that's an important thing. All right. So now, let's use these examples and let's start writing our first module. And also one important thing, in your whenever you are writing this Ansible playbook, my personal suggestion, better use this Visual Studio. So if you are using this Visual Studio, I'll tell you the line format and all, you can easily understand. So I'm going to create a new file, and that is going to be a YAML file. Okay, where you want to create? I want to create on my desktop, YT-JSON, and the name I'm going to give it as tree playbook.yml, then create. All right, a playbook created here. So now to write any playbook, first three hyphens. This is mandatory. Okay, then click on enter. Now you can define a name. So next to this hyphen, you have to give a space and name colon. This is mandatory. After the name, you should not give any space. You have to give colon, then give space. So then what exactly we want to perform? For example, I want to install tree package on all nodes is the name I'm giving for this playbook. Now click on enter. Again, if you are giving host, this is not valid. So what you need to do? You need to give a tab. So this host should be under the name. Okay, so I'm going to install this on all the nodes. If you have any group, you can give that group, right? Web group or DB group. I'm giving all. Now, you want to execute this by using regular user or super user. If you want to execute this by using, we discussed hyphen b, become, right? If you want to become as a super user while you're doing the tasks, so you can give become, then you can use this true. Okay, So whenever we are giving become as a true, we are going to work as these commands executing with the root privileges. Now we have to define tasks. Give colon. So now you see here name, host, become, tasks all are in same line. Now whatever the tasks you want to perform, that should not be in the same line. So you have to use a tab or space. So now hyphen name. What do you want to perform? I want to install tree package. All right, you decided to install tree package. Now what module you are going to use? That module you have to give here. I'm going to use M module to perform. Again, whatever the parameters we are going to pass, the name, the state, right? So those within that is going to be managed by M module, right? So click on enter, press a tab again. So now what is the package name? The package name is M. So then what is the state? State is right. I want to install, right? So I can get present. Now save this. You see here, you can easily understand by looking at this playbook. Okay, I'm trying to install tree package on all the hosts. I'm going to do this activity with super user permissions with root level privileges, right? And I'm using a module called M module, and the name should be tree. Sorry, the package name should be tree. I'm going to install a package called tree, and what is the state? Present. All right. So let's save this and like send this to your Ansible server. So here I'm going to use VM editor. Tree.yml is a name I'm giving. Click on enter. Press I. Whatever the one we prepared, right? You can copy and paste that here. All right, then press escape colon WQ. Now this playbook is available here. All right, so the tree playbook is available here. Now what I want to do, I want to verify whether this playbook has any syntax errors. Yes, for example, I may misspell something or I may give wrong spaces and all. So verifying that syntax is important, right? So if it contains any syntax error, if you're simply running, it will fail. Okay. So to verify that, what you can do, Ansible playbook space what playbook syntax you want to check, give that playbook name, space syntax check, then click on enter. Now if any syntax error is there, it will give you that error. If no error, it will display okay, just playbook name. So just to show you that error, I will do this. I'm editing this playbook and I'm modifying something here. So this name I'm going to misplace. I'm going to give equal to the tasks colon WQ. Click on enter. So now, yes, technically that is a syntax error. If I'm running the syntax check, you see here it is giving an error. So where that error is under line 9 column 14, the error appear to be line 9 column 14. It is also giving this may be some error. Okay, so let's fix that error. VIM and press I. I'm giving tab, press escape, colon WQ. Right, even if any typos are there instead of name, if you gave any typo and all, yes, still that. Now I fix it. Now let's search for syntax check. You see here, it's finding that error, the syntax errors. Okay, so that is fine for finding syntax error. Now I'm going to run this playbook. But before running this playbook, I want to perform dry run. So dry run is kind of a mock drill. So, dry run will, let me show you. So Ansible Playbook tree.yml hyphen check. Whenever you're using this hyphen check parameter, so what happened? It actually won't perform this operation, but whether it can perform it or not, it will check. Okay. For example, I'm going to show you. Uh, do we have tree? I'm giving which tree here? It's saying no tree. And also if I'm giving tree command, it's saying not found from node 1. Also I'm going to test it which tree, and tree command also I'm giving, it's saying not found. So basically I don't have tree package in node 1 as well as node 2. Now I'm giving the Ansible playbook. I'm going to run the Ansible playbook, but I'm giving hyphen check. Now click on enter. So if I run this playbook, right? If I run this playbook, is this package really going to install on my node 1 or node 2? That is what it is going to check. You see here, these are the tasks: gathering facts, the host name, communication, it's fine. And the task, it is picking both the nodes and both are changing, right? But it looks like the Ansible playbook ran and it installed, right? But actually, it's not run yet. See this? Still it is showing as a command not found. So you can use this hyphen check to verify whether it is going to install, whether it is going to change, right, in the nodes or not. So technically, we call that as a dry run. Right, so now let's go and let's install this tree package on all the nodes by using Ansible Playbook. So for that, the command is Ansible Playbook space tree.yml, then click on enter. See, in that playbook, if you have not given become as a true, now also you can pass, you can give -b, but we already defined that, right? So I'm not giving anything now. Then click on enter. All right, it's gathering the facts and it is installing tree package in both the machines and it is changed. All right, both the machines got tree package now. How we can verify? Go to this node 1 and node 2, now run tree. You see here, it's showing this. Earlier it is tree command not found. Now if you are giving which tree, you see tree is there under user bin, and here also you give tree command. If you're basically the tree command usage is mkdir test, and let's go inside the test and try to create something 1.txt. Now if you are using this tree command, right, so in current directory we have a folder called tree. Within the test folder we have this file, so it will show such type of information. All right, so that is tree package we have installed in both the nodes with the help of this specific Ansible playbook. Now, to understand this playbook much better, let's do one more operation. See, I want to uninstall this. Currently, it is installed, right? The tree package is installed in both the nodes. If I decided to, right, uninstall this, so then what I can do? Simply, this playbook is there, right? So VIM tree. Here in place of present, I can give removed. If I give removed, it is going to uninstall. But before removing, I just want to show you one thing. So currently, my both the nodes already have tree package. Okay, both of the nodes already have tree package. What if I rerun that package again? Will it going to install again? Right, I'm going to run this Ansible playbook. You see here, it's already there. Right, you see here, anything changed? Nothing changed. So basically, this Ansible is idempotent. So idempotent means, right, if an identity function is if we run something more than once, if you are calling something more than once with same input parameter, right, It will have no additional effort. For example, earlier I ran this, it's installed. Now also I'm running it. Is it going to install? No, the changes, the package already is there. So it is not overwriting or rewriting. So it's simply ignoring. Okay. So that is what idempotent means. Okay. So by default, it is idempotent. Even if you run 10 times also, it won't do anything. It will just go there. Okay, tree package is there. So it won't install that tree package again. All right. So that is one thing. Now I just want to remove this rem tree. Now go to state in place of present. You make it as a removed. Okay, escape colon wq. Now you go and run this package. Now you see here it's happened. If we go here, now if I'm trying to run the same, it's saying no such file or directory. If I'm trying to run, right, no such file or directory. So the tree package is actually uninstalled. So you see here from one Ansible node, uh, from server, we are able to manage package at multiple nodes at a time. All right, now let's do one more operation. So that is user creation. Okay, I want to create a user. Again, let's go to this Visual Studio. It's easy. Select YAML and I'm going to call this as user mgmt.yml. All right, I'm going to give 3 hyphens, 1 hyphen space name. Okay, create a user named Avinash. All right. So before this, you might get a doubt. Okay, do we have any users here in this node 1 and node 2? Do we have any user with node 1 and node 2 uh, uh, in this nodes with the name called Avinash? You can verify cat etc passwd. You see here we have just this Apache user, we have Ansible user, but we don't have any user with the name called Avinash. Okay, so now even here also cat etc passwd. You see, no user. Or you can use tail command also, tail -5 / etc passwd. It will show last 5 entries of that file. All right, so now we don't have any user. Let's create that user by using Ansible Playbook. Now I'm using tab and I'm going to give hosts all and all the hosts. Now become, I want to perform this as a super user, become true. Now what tasks you want to perform? Okay, then task section. Now what is a task name you want to give? Create user. All right, so now what package you are going to use? The package name is user. Okay, so now click on enter. What is the name? What is a username you want to give? I want to give username as a Avinash. So then you want to create, you want to delete. So that also we have to define as a state, right? What is a desired state? I want to present this user. I don't want, if it is removed, like, you can give as a absent. So also you can do one thing. If you want to create a home directory, you can set it create home as a yes. But this is a default operation. You no need to give anything. All right. So with this playbook, we are going to create a user. But I want to do an additional activity. What I want to do, whatever the user I am creating now, I want to add this user to a group. For that, one task is not sufficient. Okay, for that specific operation, one task is not sufficient. So I have to prepare another task. How I can prepare another task? Now, can I give simply here name and task? No, This is a new task, right? It should be equal to an existing task. Take a new line. Yes, now give space name, colon. If you don't want to have the space also, you can remove. You see this? This task where it is starting, same way another task also starting from same line. Okay, hyphen name, add user to group. Okay, so now what module you are using? User. Now what name? Which user? Avinash. So then what group? I want to add this user to wheel group. Now user will create with this specific task. Once that is completed, then this user is going to add to wheel group. Okay. So again, if you don't want to do both activities at a time, you can take both. But the advantage with this playbook is you can perform multiple tasks at a time, right? So that's the reason we are taking multiple tasks now. So let's create a playbook. I'm copying same thing and I'm going to Ansible server, vim user.yml. Then press I, whatever the playbook data we have, pasting it here, press escape colon WQ. Right, so the user.yml playbook is here. Now, if you want to run that syntax check, Ansible -playbook user.yml syntax -check. All right, no syntax check. Now, let's run this playbook. No syntax errors. Now, let's run this playbook. And as we have seen, there is no user here. Tail -5 etc PSSWD. You see here, a user created, and this user home directory is this. So in not only in this machine here, in node 2 also. See here, this user created. Even to double check, you go to home directory /home. If you give ls, you see here, Avinash home directory also created. All right, so yeah, this another playbook also, user creation playbook also completed, user management also completed. Now let's take bit more complex playbook. Okay, so the Apache playbook. Right, let's take a language, it's a YAML, and save it as httpd.yml. All right, as usual, 3 hyphens, 1 hyphen, space name, colon, space, install httpd. All right, so we are going to install httpd on all the nodes. So hosts all. Or I want to install this only in one node. So what you can do, you can give IP address or you can give group. It's your choice. If you want to make only one machine as a web server, you gave that here. So only this specific server, on this specific servers only given tasks are going to execute. All right, so now become yes, true. So we are going to perform this by using super user permissions. So now what tasks? So tasks, see, I want to install Apache. I want to start the Apache service and I want to copy one simple file. Okay, so I'm going to take index.html. I'm going to take index.html file here from the server location. Let me remove this index.html. Right. I'm going to create one index.html here. That index.html I'm going to copy to both the nodes. So let's take step by step. First, what activity we want to perform? Install httpd. Name, install httpd. This is one task. Okay, what module we are going to use? Yum module we are going to use. Now, what is the package name? httpd is a package name. What is a desired state? Right? It should be present. Okay, fine. Task 1 defined. Now let's go to task 2. Once that installation completed, I want to start the service. Defaultly, service won't start automatically. I want to start the service. So, start HTTPD service. For this, I am taking another task. Now, what module? We have a module called service. We are using that service module. Now, what is the name of the service you want to start? HTTPD is a service name. So then what is the desired state? So state, I want to get this in started state. Again, you might get doubt, okay? Have we come to know this state and its information? Do we really need to by heart this? Not really required. So go here, service module in Ansible. Go here, under parameters, search for state. You see here, these are the states. Started to start the service. Stop to stop the service. Restarted is to restart the service. Reload also technically same, it's going to reload the service. Okay, so I'm using this started. Why? Because I want to start the service, right? So I'm going to use that started here. And also we can use the service module to make this Apache as a logon service. Okay. So for that, what we can do, you can use enabled as a yes. Okay. So that service will become logon service. After restart also service starts automatically. But this is not purely mandatory, but yes, we always implement that. Okay. So now let's take a new task. What is this new task? This new task is to copy, right, a index.html, copy web content to var www.html location. This is what I want to do. Now for this copy operation, see, when in our ad-hoc commands, we already use this copy. So syntax for this copy is source, path and destination path we have to define. Here also same, I'm using a copy module. So then what is source? Give the source information. What is destination? Give the destination information. So currently under home directory of this Ansible user, I have a file with the name called index.html. That I want to copy to var www.html index.html path. Even you can ignore this also, it will use same file name. Alright. So now let's move this playbook to our Ansible server. Alright. So we are not taking all hosts this time. I'm taking only one host. Alright. Let's copy. Go to the Ansible server. Now I'm under Ansible server. VIM apache.yml is a name I'm giving. Press I and paste that Ansible here. Now press escape :WQ. Okay, I want to verify dry run. So Ansible playbook user apache.yml -hyphen check. I'm performing a dry run so that it will go and it will pick the servers and it is going to verify. Okay, so it's giving some error. Okay, so what is that error? See, the HTTPD is installing, service also is installing. Total, we have involved 3 tasks. Among this, we have involved 3 tasks, right? So, task gathering fact, that is Ansible's default behavior. Install HTTPD, the one I have defined. Okay, this is success. HTTPD service also success. But whenever we are doing this copy operation, the third task, it is failing. So what is the reason why it is failing? Right? See, the file, the index.html file, actually not available in this location. Could not find or access this home Ansible user index.html. Why? Because I don't have that file in this location, right? That's the reason we got error. So that is the advantage whenever you are running this dry run check. Okay, so that I can fix the error before, like, in live execution, I can fix it now. So I'm going to create vim index.html. Press I. I'm giving header 1. This is my Ansible delivering web page. I'm closing the header. Press escape : WQ. All right, this index.html file now present in this location. Let's rerun this dry run. Okay, earlier it failed at the third step, right? Now it is passing. So it is changing. All right. Okay, now let's execute this. But before executing, I want to show you one thing, that what is the current output of this web server. So we have given this 44.46 web server, right? That is nothing but node 1. What is current output of this node 1 public IP address? Also, make sure you verify whatever the nodes you have, right? So the security group is opened with port number 80. So currently port number 80 is not opened. If you want to deliver any web page from any server EC2 instance, you have to open HTTP port. So let me do that. Edit inbound rules, add rules, HTTP. If you're not sure what exactly the security group and all, you can refer our YouTube channel. I talked more about this instance launch and instance security group and all in a different video. You can refer that. You see now this is my simple web page. Now we have not installed that, right? Okay, this is previously installed one. Whenever we discussed ad-hoc commands, we discussed this. Okay, let me rerun this. No issues at all. I'm going to rerun this apache.yml playbook. Now, out of this, here if you observe, out of these, only one failed and one changed. So that means Apache service already there and the service already running, only one thing got changed. Okay, so that's good to know. Now if we go here, if we give a refresh, 209.252, we can verify service HTTPD status. The status is active, and you can go to var www.html. You can give ls. You can even use this cat. This is my Ansible delivering web page. Now go here, give a refresh. It may be picking HTTPS. That's a problem. Now give a refresh. You see this? This is my Ansible delivering web server. Yeah, what is a mistake I did, right? I have not verified the service status, but when we discussed ad-hoc commands, right, I have already installed Apache. That is what I missed. But you can remove that Apache and you can rerun. Yes, it will definitely work. So that is Apache Playbook. So with this, by using this Ansible documentation, you can prepare any playbook and you can start performing all the automation. In this video, we are going to discuss about handlers and notify option. So basically, these handlers are notify important whenever you are writing a playbook for multiple tasks. So for example, see, some tasks are dependent on another task. So let's assume you are installing Apache. When you are installing Apache, see the task status is, the task flow is first install Apache. So once this installation is completed, so then start the service, right? See, if this installation is success, then only service will come, then only it is possible to start the service. Okay, so the starting the service technically dependent on this installing Apache task. So in a single task we cannot use. Why? Because this installation we are doing by using different module like a yum module or package module. And this starting the service we can use command module or we can use service module. Right. So technically this is task 1, this is task 2. So when task 1 is success, then only I want to execute task 2. If we are not using this handlers method, what happened? Whether task 1 is success or not, it will go to task 2 and it will try to execute the task 2. Okay, so but I want to make this start service as a dependent task for the major task. So when major task is success, see when this installing Apache is technically success, so then only I'm going to execute this dependent task like a starting service, another task. Okay, this is one use case. Otherwise, some use cases like, whenever any configuration changes happen, then only I want to restart the service. If there is no change in the configuration, I don't want to restart the service. Right. Whenever any content changed while you are copying the operation, for example, you are trying to copy some data. So, but while copying the data, if any data changes occurred in the source, let's assume you have some data in source. Okay. So you want to copy it to destination. So you are executing this. Fine. So when any changes occurred, then only you want to execute this, service restart and all. If there is no change in this source data, it is not actually copying or replacing the configuration file or any data. So then no need to restart the service, right? So this handlers and notify help us to prepare dependency tasks execution only when there is a change in the major task only. If you observe this here, when major task section is placed in task section and dependent task section is handled by handler section. So generally in what scenario we are going to use to perform start, reload, start and stop operations we are going to. If your playbook calls for changing configuration, right, so then you want to restart, that is a simple use case. And handlers actually execute last by default. Where you are placing handlers in your playbook doesn't matter. Generally, handlers calls or executes at end of the playbook run, last. Right, whatever handler you're using, right, that handler name should be globally unique within your playbook. And when, as I told you, when and whenever the task 1 got changed, so then only the handlers will execute. Your primary task is not changing, this handler won't execute. All right, to understand these handlers better, let's connect to our instance and let's start preparing our playbook. And what exactly this notify means. So how this task 1 come to know whether any change occurred on the task or not. So basically with the help of this notify only, so the task will come to know. See, when any change occurred, this notify will go and inform this handler, okay, there is a change occurred in the task, you go and execute that handler task. Right? So without any further delay, let's connect to our EC2 instances and start writing a playbook. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to use this playbook. This is an example playbook. If you observe this playbook, we are installing HTTPD package on all hosts. We are becoming super user and we are going to do it. Generally, if you want to perform this activity. Even in our previous video also, we did this activity, but how we perform this? We have taken this installation as a task 1 and this as a starting service as a task 2. When task 1 completed, then only I want to execute task 2. So we are going to inform, okay, we are using a notify about task 1. So this notify will go, and this notify name and this task name should be same, handler name should be same. So once this is completed, then on it will go to handler and it is going to restart the service. Okay, let's start writing our playbook. I'm going to call this as a handler.yml. Press I to go to insert mode. So then I'm giving a name, install Apache and start service. So then hosts, I'm going to use all, then become, I'm using this as a, I'm going to perform this as a super user. Tasks, I'm going to use a name, but this task actually should comes under, name should comes under tasks, right? Okay, name, install httpd package. That is the first thing. Now, what is the package you want to use? I want to use yum package. What is the package name? What is your desired state? Present or installed? Till here, everything is same, nothing new. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to notify, right? So another task where the task name should be start Apache. Okay, so fine. Now I'm not going to treat this as a task 2. I'm going to call this as a handlers. Generally we call it as a task 2, but now I'm calling it as a handlers. So then what name you want to give? So the name of notify and handler task name should be same. Start Apache. What package? Service package. What service? HTTPD. What is a desired state? Started. Now let's run this. I'm executing on all hosts. Okay, here is my host 1, here is my node 1 and node 2. Okay, let's run this. Ansible Playbook handler. Let's check for syntax errors. All right, there is a syntax error, maybe the spacing. Okay, I did required modification. Let's verify. Okay, I have removed the spaces like the name inside that first task, right? I have fixed that issue. So the syntax error is now gone. So now let's run this playbook. Ansible playbook handler.yml. Then click on enter. Before that, I don't have any Apache here, right? Which HTTPD? I don't have any HTTPD in both the nodes. All right, let's run this playbook. So now generally the task 1 is gathering facts. Fine. The task installing HTTPD package, yes, it got changed, right? So the installing HTTPD is happening. So as installing HTTPD is happening, that got changed, the task 1 got changed. So then this handler also running. So running handler, you can see this. It is running a handler that is going to start the service. Now you go here, give which HTTPD. You see here, HTTPD installed, but the service, as this task 1 got changed, then only the service is installing. So this is one example for um, understanding handler. Let's use another playbook to understand this handler. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a file with the name called index.html. I'm going to place this file into var www.html, right? So if there is any change in this index.html, right, so then only I want to restart the service. For initially, I'm going to copy, the service is going to restart. But later, without doing any modification also, I'm going to run this playbook. Then I'm going to verify whether this service restarted or not. Okay. So for that, let's run a playbook. Vim handler2.yml. Press I. Then give a name. Handler example2. Hosts all become true tasks. Name of the task is copy the code. So which module we are going to use? Copy module. And the source is, I'm going to pick from current location, and source is /home Ansible user index.html, technically current location. Destination is /var HTML path. Now, what I'm doing, I'm going to use this notify. Okay. Restart Apache. Right. So now let's prepare a handler. Handlers. What name you want to give? It should be same as a notify. Restart Apache. So now, which module? Service module we are going to use. What is the name of the service? HTTPD. And state, restart it. So now press escape :WQ. Let's quickly create an index.html. Header 1. This is my simple web page. Alright, I have index.html here. I have this index.html and handler2.yml. Let's run this Ansible playbook. Ansible playbook handler2.yml --, syntax check. Okay, there is no syntax errors. Now let's run this playbook. Click on enter. Now it is gathering the facts. Okay, see, it is copying the code, so that means the task 1 is executing, so the handler also running. So the task is restarting. If you want to verify service HTTPD status. So if you observe, the task restarted 14 seconds ago. Okay, so here also service HTTPD status, the task restarted 24 seconds ago. Okay, so now as this copy operation happened, if you observe this playbook, see here, technically this copy operation happened. As this copy operation happened, then only it is restarting. Now, if I rerun this playbook, so there is no change in this index.html, but I'm trying to rerun this playbook. So then this task execute or not. If you're treating this also as an individual task, then it will execute. Regardless of this task 1, task 2 will execute. But as we are using handlers, so if task 1 executes, then only if task 1 change, then only task 2 will execute. The handler section will execute. Now let's rerun the playbook. I'm rerunning the playbook. You see here, so the copy code, there is no change. There is no change. It's already there. The index.html page is already there, so the copying code is not happening. See, it's not even like, looking for a handler. Why? Because there is no change in the actual code. All right. If you even run this status, you see from last 1 minute 43 seconds, it is running. Okay. But if there is any change in the code, if you add some, like, if you did any modification to that index.html, then only the service will change. If you want to test that, you did some modification here, test. All right, I did some modification. Now I'm going to run this playbook. Now, as there is a change, you see here, as there is a change in the code, so then only handler is running. Earlier, this service started 1 minute 43 seconds ago, right? Now, if you run status, you see this 7 seconds ago, the service got restarted. All right, so that is how exactly handlers and notify works in Ansible Playbook. And in this video, I'm going to discuss about variables option we have in our Ansible playbooks. So this variable, just like other programming languages concept only. So variable, basically the value we can change based on our input, right? So now, see, let's take a small example. Let's take a small example. See, I have a requirement to install the package. So generally to install package, what we are going to do, we are going to define host. We are going to define like become as a super user. Then we are going to give a task. Then we are going to give a package name. So then you are going to give a name. For example, I want to install STTPD. So I'm going to give STTPD here. In place of STTPD, I want to install Git. I just need to change this. Remaining the state and everything is same, right? So I want to install Docker. I want to install tree package. I want to install Java, or I want to install any other package. So only this name, this package name is changing. So do I really need to hard code this package name in all our playbooks? Not really required. So what we can do, instead of hard coding this, you can use this variable concept. Instead of this, you give a variable and you gave that variable value here. So this, if you observe this particular playbook, you see here, I can give a message, what exactly message I want to display. Okay, it is going to display where message is equal to that whatever I am going to give, like, hello world, or if any other content, it is going to display here. But I want to change these variables constantly, so that changes should display here. Now what happened? Hello will come here, world will come here. So end of the day, we are going to get it as a hello world. If I am saying hello Avinash, so then it is going to display hello Avinash. I just need to change the values here. Okay, or while you are executing this playbook also, we can pass this variable information. Right. So, like initially, whenever you observe this for the first time, it may looks a bit complex, but let's start writing our first playbook so that we can understand it better. So, I already connected to my Ansible server, and here is my node 1 and here is my node 2. Okay, let me quickly prepare one playbook to understand this. Again, sometimes this browser based option is giving some troubles. So let's see if it is giving some troubles. I'll connect to the terminal and I'll continue. All right, I'm going to create a playbook with a name called var.yml. Press I, I'm giving the 3 hyphens, I'm giving a name. So the name is understanding variables, hosts. You can choose all or a group or local host, it's your choice. Become true. So now generally what we are doing, we are going to create a task, right? So for the task, we have a name, but the name should comes under tasks. Okay. So then you give a name, install any package with the help of variable. Now, what module you are going to use? yum module we are going to use. What is the name of the package? So in general, what we did, if we want to install, in general, if we want to install this Apache, what we did, we have given HTTPD. We should have space, that is mandatory. If I want to install Git, I'm going to give Git here. If I want to install Docker or any other package, I have to give that package name here. But this time, what I'm doing, I'm not hard coding any package name. So I'm going to define a variable. To define a variable, you have to give two open curl brackets and closed brackets, and you define your variable name. See, this variable name you can give anything. For example, you want to give variable name as Avinash. Yes, you are allowed to give. So now the state is installed. Okay. So now if you observe this, we are using a variable here with the name called Avinash. Instead of that, I'll just give A. All right. So yeah, this double quotes also mandatory if you're using this YAML method. Now let's save this playbook and let's try to execute. Now within this playbook, if you observe, within this playbook, I have not defined any variable section. Right. So without defining variable inside the playbook also we can pass variable while you are running the playbook with parameter called extra vars. So how we can do that? Ansible playbook vars. Let me observe the syntax errors. Syntax check. Okay, there is no syntax checks, syntax errors. Also, you want to perform dry run, you can use -hyphen check. It will get the required information, but it is giving some error here, right? We are going to, like, there is a variable, but that variable is undefined. Okay, so why? Because we have not passed anything while we are performing the dry run. So let's do that. Ansible playbook var.yml hyphen extra vars. Okay, so now pass the variable information where my variable is a, right? If I am giving a is equal to stdpd, now my Ansible playbook will replace that a part with stdpd. If I am giving git, it will replace with git. So all I need to do while running the playbook, I have to pass that parameter. I have to pass that variable. So I'm giving a as a tree. Let's see what happens. Now we don't get that error. So if tree package is already there in our nodes, it will display. If we don't have, yes, it is displaying now. So let's test this. In our nodes, do we have tree? Which tree? Yes, we already have a tree, right? Let me remove yam remove tree -y sudo. All right. So now I'm going to use this. I'm giving a is equal to tree. Then click on enter. So the task is starting installing package with the help of a variable. So both got changed. Let's go here and let's verify. Is it, I have given all hosts, right? Yeah. Now let's give which tree, and you see even through we have removed. So the tree package is installed. Now, do I have git in this machine? Which git? Okay, no git in this my host one, and also which git, I don't have anything. So now, do I need to edit my entire playbook to install that git? Not really required. While you are executing this playbook, in place of this tree, I'm giving git. Then click on enter. So you want to give stdpd, you can just change a is equal to stdpd. You want to install MySQL where a is equal to MySQL. You just need to change this. All right. So git should available in these machines now. You see now? git installed here. So you can even use git -hyphen version, git just -v to verify that version. You see here, git is there. Earlier it is not available, but now it is installed. So you want to install some another package, you go here, you just change in place of this git, you give MySQL, MySQL will install. Okay. So this is while you are running the playbook, you are defining it. But instead of this, what we can do within the playbook itself, we can define the variables. Okay, so how we can do that? Let's edit this same playbook, right? Press I to go to insert mode. Right, before this tasks, next to this become, we have to define variable section. So now we are using this a as a variable, right? So now you give a colon, it should be within hours. So a colon, I want to install tree or I want to install Docker. So now what happens in place of this a, so it is this Ansible playbook, as it we are using a variable, it go to variable section, the Docker is going to placed here. Okay, so now test this, press escape colon WQ. Now run this Ansible playbook. Now you no need to define this extra vars parameter. You simply give this, but before that, let's verify Docker -hyphen version. We don't have Docker -hyphen version in both the machines. Now let's go and run this playbook. Right, it's happening. Can we define multiple variables? Yes, we can define multiple variables also. Okay, now just go here, rerun this command Docker version. Yes, we have Docker here in both the machines. So within the playbook itself, if you observe this, sorry, I'm in different machine, cat vars. If you observe within this playbook itself, we are defining the variables. Can we define multiple variables? Yes, let's do that now. I'm editing. So I'm defining a variable with the name called a here, and also I'm giving b. I want to install a package like a MySQL. Okay, so now these are the existing task, right? That is using one variable. Now let's go here and I'm going to paste same thing here. All right, so the format, yeah, we have to adjust the format. That is important. All right, so press escape. No. So now the variable, I'm going to give variable name as a b here. Now, when this playbook is installing, it will go and this Docker placed here, and this MySQL command it will place here. All right, so press escape. So not only install, for example, I want to remove Docker, right? I want to install MySQL. So we can give removed or absent colon WQ. Now you run the playbook. So now what happens? It's gathering the facts. That is a task 1. Then task 2 is nothing but installing the package or uninstalling the package, right? So earlier we have Docker here, and now Docker uninstalled, and also MySQL. Yes, we will get MySQL here. So both activities happen. So instead of hard coding, we passed it as a parameters. Again, so are we going to use these parameters always? Yeah, we use these parameters, but with a concept called loops. Okay, see this loops option, right? So see, let's assume, let's take a simple example. I want to install 3 packages. Okay, let's observe our existing playbook only. I want to install three packages. So for that, what I need to do? I have to define three variables and I have to write this task three times. This is task one. This is task two. If I want to install something, I need to define another variable like C is equal to Java, something like that. So then I need to give task three also here. But instead of giving it, we can use an option called Ansible loops. So how exactly this loop works? So I have a simple example to understand these loops better. Okay, whenever you are using this loop concept, right? So it iterate over set of data. It will go and continuously check all the data, and it will whatever list we have, list or dictionary we have, the task set of packages you want to install or set of users you want to create, it will go to each and every item. It will iterate and it will complete all that. And for that, we are going to use an option called item variable. Item is a variable that is commonly used to loop all the list we are going to have. So let's observe this simple example. Now, okay, if you execute this Ansible playbook, what output we will get? See, I'm using variables here. We have fruits here, right? So now the message it is going to display, okay, I like. So then it is going to look for an item. As I told you, item is point to variables. Now here observe it is going to loop to fruits. Now the output is going to be I like apple, I like banana, I like oranges. So this is going to be same, but this item part is going to be replaced with this variables. Okay, so again, once apple is completed, so then it won't go to apple again. Okay, it will look for banana, then it will display here, it will look for orange and it will display here. So again, let's quickly execute this Ansible playbook so that you can understand how exactly this works. Then write an actual playbook to install multiple packages. All right, so now create a playbook vim loop.yml is a package name. Press I and give the same playbook here. Now press escape :WQ. Now let's run this playbook. Ansible playbook loop.yml. You can use hyphen check or you can even run this. However, I pointing to my local host only. You see here, we are pointing to local host only. Now you see here, what is the message it is displaying? I like apple, I like banana, I like orange. All right. So this is a simple example. Now in place of this, I want to um, perform an actual installation. Okay. So for that, I have set of packages. Sorry, I have set of packages. I want to install that packages here. So how we can do, we will discuss now. Okay, let's write a playbook. So the requirement is I want to install three packages or four packages at a time. Okay, with a single playbook by using this loop concept. Okay, the package name like HTTPD or tree package or Docker, it may be something any package. So yum remove HTTPD tree Docker. Okay, let's add sudo. If we already have these packages, so better to remove, right? So that I can show a clean installations. Okay, so let's do the same thing in node 2 also. Right, good. So now the packages like HTTPD tree removed. I think we don't have Docker in both the machines. All right, so now let's prepare a playbook. So vim um, vats hyphen loop, or I'll call this as a loop loops.yml, click on enter. So the regular 3 space name understanding loops. So now hosts all become true as we are going to install something. Now I'm going to define variables, right? So what is a variable, like the list of variables you want to give? So you can give a name. Install underscore list is the name I'm giving. Okay, now you can define what packages you want to. I want to install httpd, I want to install git, I want to install tree, I want to install docker. So these all packages I want to install on all hosts. Again, in general, what we need to do? In general, if you want to do, you have to write a task for this httpd, another task for this git, one more task for this tree, one more task for this docker. Either you have to write 4 tasks or you have to define 4 variables, but I'm not going to do both. Okay, so let's go to task section. Okay, so now the task name, we should have, it's under tasks, task name, we should have space, install multiple packages at a time using loop. Okay, so now which module you want to use? Yum module. Okay, so now what is the name of package? Again, we no need to define any name here. So what I'm doing, I'm going to use this variable called item. So open double braces, item, then space, then close double braces. So you can give space, that is not mandatory, but better to give a space. Now, what I'm doing, what is the desired state? The state is installed. Okay, the state is installed or present. So now we are going to loop it through what? We are going to loop it through. Again, we have to define the variable here. What is the variable? Install underscore list. Give space here. All right. So now what happened? This item will go and will iterate through all these packages list. So first it will go to httpd, it will place it here. Once that is completed, it will get the git and it will place. Once that is also completed, it will get the tree and it will place it here. Then it is going to place a docker. Okay, so it is iterating continuously, it is looping. So press escape :WQ. All right, let's verify syntax errors. Ansible Playbook, loops.yml hyphen syntax check. Right, there is no syntax error. So even you can perform dry run by using hyphen check. Right, so it picked both the hosts and you say this httpd tree docker git. I think we have git here. I forgot to add git. Okay, git also uninstalling. Initially I thought I don't add git, so but later I have added. All right, so now, so that is a dry run. Okay, I perform hyphen check. Now let's run the playbook. Ansible playbook loops.yml, then click on enter. Now within these machines, right, it is going to install the git or all. Like, let's observe, when you run the playbook it will display, then click on enter. So it picked both the hosts, that is nothing but task 1 and task 2. It is started installing. You see, first package, it picked httpd and it is installing. Then it will go to second package. It is picking git and it is installing. So then it will go to the third package. Then it will go to the fourth package. Right? You see here, tree also installing here. Then finally it comes to Docker. Okay. Meanwhile, you can go here and you can verify um, git -v, git is installed, and what we installed, tree also we have installed, docker space -version. So Docker version is there, and also tree -version should be, I think, -version. No, hyphen v. No, it may be just -v. Yeah. Okay. You can even run this tree and it will display. Okay. So the packages, all the four packages now installed with the loop option. All right. So that is loops one. And in this video, we are going to discuss what exactly conditions in Ansible playbooks. So let's take a small use case. Okay, for example, let's assume we have four or some number of EC2 instances. Out of these four EC2 instances, for example, these two are Amazon Linux operating system, but these two are like Ubuntu operating system. Now, whenever you are writing a playbook, so most of the times we are using yum module, right? So to install any package in these uh, nodes, so whenever you are using yum, so basically yum works only in this Amazon Linux operating system. So basically we have Red Hat flavors, right? Like a CentOS, Amazon Linux. So this yum works only in that operating systems only. For Ubuntu, what you need to do, you need to use like apt or apt-get in place of this yum. Of course, we have a package, we have a module called package module that works in both operating system. But here, to understand this conditions option, so I'm going to install a package called git. I'm going to install a package called git in these machines. Okay. So, but however, I have only Amazon Linux. I will show you, right? So, but while I'm preparing my playbook, I'm going to ask this Ansible to, okay, you go and check the operating system. Based on the operating system, you choose the task, you choose that, module. So, as I told you, when this is Amazon Linux or Red Hat or CentOS, I'm going to use this yum. If it is a Debian family, I'm going to use apt. All right, so that is one example where we can use these conditions. Another example is, for example, you are trying to create a folder. You trying to create a folder by using this Ansible playbook. But blindly, instead of creating, what you can do? So you can use this condition. Okay, you create a folder if there is no existing folder available, if there is no folder available in that location, so then only you do that. So we are defining the condition, you create, but on one condition, it should not be available in this directory creation example. But when installation, right, in this installation, okay, you use this module or you use this task. Okay, when OS family is this, you use this task when OS family is equal to this. Again, to know OS family also, we can simply write an Ansible playbook. All right, so let's jump in and perform these activities. All right, I'm in Ansible server now. So let's quickly create an Ansible playbook that can identify OS family. So basically in Ansible, we have a variable, Ansible underscore OS family is a variable. We can use that. Okay, I'm calling this VIM OS family dot YML, press hyphen name, identify OS family. and I'm going to run this on all hosts, and I'm going to execute this maximum permissions tasks. I'm giving hyphen name. All right. So check OS family or check OS. You gave anything. Okay. So name is not a big thing. So now what module you want to use? I'm going to use a module called debug module. Okay. So then I'm going to display a message. Right. This machine OS family is. So then you have to define the variable. So you remember to define the variable, two open brackets and two closed brackets. In between, you can give what variable you want to give. Ansible underscore OS underscore family. All right. So now press escape colon WQ. Now run this. But before that, if you want to verify any syntax, checks and all, you can do that. OS family hyphen syntax check. All right, there is no issue. Let's run this. I'm going to run this playbook. So it will go to all the nodes and it is going to display the operating system. So in my lab environment, I have both Amazon Linux only. That's actually comes under Red Hat. And also observe here R capital, H capital. Whenever you are using this in Playbook, you have to define in same manner. So I have both the devices, both are Red Hat only. If we have any Ubuntu and all, we will get that as a Debian. All right. So we created a playbook to identify the operating system. Now let's create a playbook that where we are going to use the condition, right? So when OS is equal to this, okay, let's click on, let's create one vim condition.yml where name is equal to install based on OS. Host, I'm going to use all, become I'm going to set it to true. Now let's define the tasks. Okay, what is the name you want to give? Give it tab. Where name install git if OS is Red Hat. That is just a name. So which module you want to use? I'm going to, as it is a Red Hat, I'm going to use M module. Okay, right? So then the remaining example same where name is equal to, should have space, git state is equal to present or installed. Okay, so now let's write down the condition. So when we are going to do this, when it should be equal to the tasks. So when Ansible OS family is equal to, again you have to define two equals. Okay, so then Red Hat. Fine. So now define another task. So this should equal to the name, not actually to the tasks. Okay, so the spacings, right? Yeah. So now let's take another task. The task name is install git on Ubuntu. Maybe some spaces in this line. Yeah, let me correct that. Okay, seems no. Okay, yeah. So now, so for this Ubuntu, we are going to use this apt is a module name, and I'm going to use name that is same git only, and state present. When we are going to do this, when Ansible underscore OS family double equals to, it should be one quotation only, Debian. Here I have give 2. Okay, press escape colon WQ. Right, so now let's check the syntax errors. Um, I suspect we may get syntax check, spelling, syntax check. All right, so yeah, the line and spaces. Yeah. So let's verify where name is equal to okay. The tasks. When, let's move this. When, press escape colon WQ. Now check for the syntax check. Okay, it got fixed. It's just a spacing issue. All right, so the playbook is ready. So now, in these machines, do we have Git? Which Git? Okay, we have Git in this machine. So let's remove yum, remove git-y. Okay, let's do this with sudo permissions. All right, so it's not available. Sudo yum remove git. All right, so now when I'm giving git, yeah, it's giving some syntax and all. Okay, so now let's run this playbook where it is going to check for the OS family and it is going to install Git on all the nodes. So first install Git OS in Red Hat. You see here one script. Generally we don't get anything on script. So where install OS, if OS is Red Hat, it is happened. But when OS is Ubuntu, it got skipped. Okay, so we are using this Ansible underscore OS family variable. We are checking OS family. So if OS family is Red Hat, then this task is executing, and it is skipping this. It is not even trying to execute. It is skipping. Why? Because this condition is not matching. So we can use this conditions also, right, to install packages based on operating system and all. Now you run which git, or you can run git version git-v. So now we got git here. All right. So this is a condition example in Ansible. And in this video, we are going to discuss about what exactly this Ansible Vault is and how we can use this Ansible Vault to store our secrets and how we can retrieve that secrets. So generally, while we are preparing our playbook, sometimes we may need to pass some sensitive information like usernames or passwords. So if you're storing it in plain text format, so who can read that Ansible playbook, right? So they can easily read that. So it is not a secured way, right? So we can use this Ansible Vault to store such type of all sensitive information. So first, you have to create a vault. To create that vault, so first we have to create a secret. To create that secret, so we can use this command Ansible Vault create secret. So once, when you run this command, it will ask you to enter a password. And also the secret you're going to store, right? If you're trying to view that secret, it is displayed in some random text. It uses a AES-256 encryption mechanism. Okay, so if you really want to edit, like, for example, you already stored some information, you want to update the password, so then you can use this edit, but again, it will prompt you to enter the password you have set up whenever you create this secret. So then if you want to really decrypt that, currently it's going to be encrypt, right? If you want to decrypt, you can use this Ansible Vault decrypt, then your secret name. So then if you want to encrypt again, you can do that. If you want to change that encryption logic, encryption keys, you can use this rekey option. All right, so let's go and let's try to create a playbook. So then let's create a secret first. I'll use same name. So let's create a secret first, then let's write some information. So then store that information in a playbook. So then retrieve it. All right, so here I'm in my server. I'm going to run this command, Ansible Vault create secret. So whenever you click on this create secret, right, uh, it should be Ansible in small letter, Vault create secret.yml is my a playbook. You can store information into a playbook or a simple file also. I'm going to use .yml, so click on enter. Now observe here, it is asking me to enter the password. I'm entering the password, then you have to reconfirm the password. All right, so now what exactly information I want to store, I can store that here. Just like a playbook, I'm going to give the information like where password is my custom password. All right, press escape colon WQ. All right, so now if you observe the secret.yml created. Now if I'm trying to use this cat secret.yml, you see this? Is this information displaying in plain text format? No. So basically it is coming from Ansible Vault and it is using AES-256 encryption mechanism. See, whenever you decided to re-encrypt this, you want to change this encryption mechanism, you can use rekey option. Okay, for example, now you want to um, edit this. How we can do? For example, we may update the password or password may change, or earlier we may give wrong password. So how we can do that? Ansible Vault. So then you can use edit, then give your file name. So then it will prompt you to enter the password. If you are giving a valid password, then only it will open. So now we can go here, my custom password. Right, so then 1, 2, you change it, then save and quit. So that is edit option we have in this Ansible Vault. For example, I want to decrypt this. So currently it is encrypted, right? The secret.yml. So how we can confirm it is encrypted? So if you are using this cat and all, this is what we are getting. So somehow you want to decrypt this. So what we can do, we can use Ansible Vault decrypt. So you gave your file name. So then it is asking for valid password. I have given the password. Now decrypt successful. Earlier, whenever we have given this cat secret.yml, it have given in this AES-256 format, right? But now it is showing in plain text format. Again, I want to encrypt it back. You no need to create a new one. You can use this in place of this decrypt. You can simply give encrypt. Now you set up the password. Right, so now encryption is successful. All right, so this is managing a file. Now, how we can use this within a playbook? So to understand this, I already have a simple playbook. So let's observe that playbook here. So the playbook name is retrieve secret. So let me cat that retrieve secret. So if you observe, okay, so here the thing is same. Here we are becoming true and we are using this local host and all. And you see here, I have added an additional task. This is a task actually. So where I'm going to read the secret.yml file. Within that secret.yml file, I have a variable. That variable name is password. So it is simply going to display the secret password is, then it will go and look for this secret.yml file, and whatever the password we have defined there, that will display here. That is what it is. But directly, if you are simply giving, like, if you're simply giving this, it won't work. So what we are doing here, we are using another task that is going to read the vault values. Okay, so now let's execute this playbook. So to execute this playbook, if you're simply giving like Ansible Playbook, and if you're simply giving like the playbook name, it won't allow. You observe here, Ansible Playbook retrieve secret.yml. Now what it is doing? So no vault secrets found. So right, it is attempting to encrypt or decrypt, so it's actually not happening. So then what we need to do? So while you are executing this playbook, you have to give ask vault pass. So if you are passing this parameter, so now what happened? It will ask you, okay, so my playbook is trying to read something from a vault stored file. So earlier it is not able to decrypt, but now if I'm giving 12345, I have given that as a password. I have entered same here. Now you see here, so the task is success. Earlier, whenever we have not given this ask vault pass, now you see it's failing. It's trying to gather the facts. It's fine, but whenever it is trying to get the variable, it is not able to do. So what we need to do? So simply you add this ask vault password so that it will go and look for that vault, and as we have entered the password, it will, like, so, and this is what the password we have given there, right? We have stored as a variable and we are listing this variable. So this is what exactly this Ansible Vault is. And along with this Ansible Vault, we even have a simple option called tags in Ansible. So this tag is very simple concept. So basically, you can selectively run specific tasks. For example, let's assume I have a requirement that I want to install Git, I want to install Docker, I want to install a tree package, I want to install HTTPD package. So generally what we will do, we can create a playbook, we can add all these other tasks. Okay, so task 1 is going to be Git, task 2 is going to be Docker, task 3 is a tree, task 4 is going to be HTTPD package. So, but sometimes my requirement is changing. Okay, sometimes for some nodes or some devices, I want to install only Git. I don't want to install any of these other packages. Or sometimes my requirement is changing. I just want to install only tree package, no other packages. Or I want to exclude this Docker, remaining all packages I want to install. So now modifying playbook continuously is not a recommended method. So what we can do, for every task, for example, this, like, this 4 tasks are here, right? So for task 1, I can add a tag. For task 2 also I can add a tag. For task 3 also a tag. Task 4 also I can add a tag. Now, while I'm executing this playbooks, what I'm doing, I'm giving hyphen tags. Okay, you take only Docker and Git tags, tasks. Whatever the tasks have this specific tag. So my Ansible playbook will look for that specific tag and it will pick only that specific tags and it will install. Or sometimes, as I told you, sometimes what I want to do, I want to skip one specific tag, remaining all I want to install. So here I have 4, right? I want to skip a tag where the tag name is tree. So what I can do, I can simply, like, add the tag. So apart from this, remaining all, whether you may have 5 or 10, those all tasks are going to execute. So that is a tags important in Ansible. So to perform this tags activity, I have a playbook here. So if you observe this playbook, this is our regular playbook only, guys. So there is nothing new if you observe this, right? So if you observe this, see, I'm installing a tree package. Oh, this is just a name, okay? Installing multiple packages, becoming like, become as a true, right? Or yes. And you see here, this is a task one. I'm installing tree. This is a task 2, I'm installing Git. This is task 3, I'm installing Docker. Now, if I run this playbook, what happened? Tree will install, Git will install, Docker will install. But that is not my requirement. So what I want to do, I want to add a tag for all these tasks. So simply, right, so go to this uh, each and every task, add a here tags. I'm going to give a tag. The tag name is going to be tree. So this is one tag for one task. Okay, this is another task. I'm going to give tags. I'm going to call this tag as a git, or you can simply give A, B, C, whatever you want to give. You can give the tags. There is no specific restrictions. So I'm giving tags. I'm going to call this as a Docker. Same. I just added this additional tag for the existing tasks. Now again, if I simply go and if I give Ansible Playbook, okay, tags I'm doing a dry run. If I'm running this, now what's happening? It's just a dry run, okay? So now if you observe here, it's trying to install tree, it's trying to install git, it's trying to install docker. So basically these three packages we already have, so that's the reason it is showing as a okay, not as a changed. So but you understand this, right? So it is trying to install all three whenever you are performing dry run. But now my requirement is something different. Even though I have all these tasks in my uh, even though all these tasks are in my playbook, I want to add a specific tag and I want to perform that installation. So for that, so we can use this skip tag to skip the tag, or you can simply give tags option. Let's do that. Ansible playbook tags.yml tags. So then enter, I want to install only Docker. See, this Docker is not the package name I'm giving tag. When you run this, now what's happening? It is looking for the resource, okay, only the specific task. See, it's not even verifying whether tree is there, whether Docker is there, whether HTTPD or any other package. So, right, Git. So it's not looking for that. See, I want to install only tree. So what I can do, I'm going to give only tree. Okay, so now it's looking for only tree tagged task. Even you can skip, for example, Ansible playbook tags.yml hyphen skip tags. So which tag we want to skip? For example, I want to skip Docker. Apart from Docker, remaining all I want to install. Then click on enter. You observe here, it's trying to install tree, it's trying to install git, but it is skipping the Docker. Okay, so these tags, right? Sometimes whenever you really don't want to install everything, you want to install only part of that Ansible playbook. So if you define tags, so you can pick the task and you can install that. All right, this is all about tags and Ansible Vault. And in this video, we are going to talk about roles concept. See, many guys feel this role as a very complex topic. So what I'm planning to do is I'll make this role explanation in two ways. So firstly, just basic things. So then we will discuss like, some more advanced things in these roles. Right. So first of all, why we need roles? See, generally, whenever you start writing playbook, right? For example, you have taken a playbook and you started writing the playbook. So generally, what we will do, we will give host option. We will give like, become like, then we started giving tasks, right? So now, for example, you have lot of tasks. So HTTPD task is there. You have given HTTPD task. So then you need to start the service. So you have given service task. Then you need to copy something. Then you have another task for copy. So then you need to do some configuration changes. Or for example, you have MySQL database. So like, installing the prerequisites, then starting the service, then creating users. So such type of lot of activities. So once this activity count is increasing, we are going to like, we have to add lot of tasks to this existing playbook only, right? So it looks tedious, it's not easy to read also, even if you want to do any modifications. Right, it's a bit difficult. Okay, so to overcome this issue, what we can do, we can use this roles concept. Okay, so basically this role is nothing but the collection of tasks, handlers, variables, or other Ansible components. You see this, whatever the playbook I am showing here, we have tasks. The starting service is like, we are defining it as a handler. Copy operation is there. MySQL installation is there. Starting service is there. Service is another task. So it's combination of tasks, handlers, and sometimes we may need pass variables also. For example, you want to create a user, you want to set up some username and password, so we may need to pass some variables also. So such type of all information, if you keep on updating one playbook, it's going to be very huge and be difficult to manage also. Okay, so what we can do, we can like segregate this entire playbook into a role. So basically, if you observe this role, um, you know, structure or skeleton. So basically, this is our role. Within this role, we are going to have tasks. All tasks will go here. If you have any handlers, all handlers go here. If you have any files, files go here. If you have any variables, variables will go here. Right? If you have any default settings and all that, we can place under this. See, it is not only related to one specific task. So task 1 may have a handler, task 2 may have another handler, task 3 also may have another handler. So what you can do, you write a task 1, task 2, task 3 here. And under handler, you write handler 1, handler 2, handler 3. If you have any variables, you add all the variables, whether it may be related to first task, second task, third task, you place all variables here. So this is primary purpose of role. Again, to understand this role in easy manner, I'm not going to involve any of this thing. So let's treat this role concept in phase 1 and phase 2. In phase 1, I'm going to take only these tasks. Okay, I'm going to take only this task and I'm going to explain it as a phase 1. All right, so let's jump into our server and let's start discussing this roles concept. So what is the thing without roles and what we have to do or what is the advantage with roles, we will perform hands-on now. Let's connect to this instance. I'm connecting as an Ansible user. Okay, so now here I'm in my server, Ansible server. So now I have some playbooks here. So this roles, right, I will explain you in a different directory. I'm creating a directory, mkdir roles demo is a directory name. Let's go inside this roles demo. Okay, so now I don't have any files or folders here. Let me quickly create our regular playbook, vim without role.yml. So now the regular playbook. So I'm going to use this hyphen name without roles, irregular playbook. So now hosts, local host, or you can give all, become, I'm giving true. So local host means it point to the same machine. Okay. So we are just testing, right? We are not going to install any real things. So I'm using localhost. So become as a true. So then tasks, right? So now I have multiple tasks, right? So for example, I want to install HTTPD. So then I'm using yum package. Then I'm going to give a name. The package name is HTTPD only. So then state, it's going to be installed. So let me copy this. So I'm not touching any handler kind of thing. As I told you, let's take it as a phase one and phase two. In phase two, I'll talk about that handlers and all. Now, right. So now first I want to install HTTPD. Then I want to install Git. Package name is Git. Then I want to install something like Docker, and package name is Docker. So now what this playbook will do, whenever we are running this playbook, so on local host or all hosts, right, HTTPD package is going to install, then Git package is going to install, then Docker package is going to install. This is task 1, task 2, task 3. Okay, whenever you're running this entire playbook, all three tasks are going to execute. Of course, if you want to skip something, you can use tag and all. So, but that is secondary, right? But all tasks in a single playbook, even handlers also, it's going to be come into same playbook only, right? So now let's skip escape, colon WQ, right and quit. So here without roles. Okay, now Ansible playbook without roles, hyphen check. I'm just running a dry run. Okay, it's gathering the facts, and it is installing localhost, and it is installing Git, and it is installing Docker. All right, all three got changed. That means all three installations is going to happen without any issue. So this is without role. Now, same thing I can achieve by using role also. Okay, so how we can achieve the same thing as a role, and what we need to do that. All right, so now in the same directory, I'm going to create a folder called roles. Mkdir roles is a folder name. Let's go inside that roles folder. Now, what are all the roles you want to create? You can create it here. So what I'm going to do, instead of this, like, creating a one playbook for all three tasks, every task I'm going to treat it as a role now. Okay, so that means installing HTTPD, I'll design it as a role. Installing Docker, I'll design it as a role. Installing Git also, I'll design it as a role. So for that, first we have to create everything under roles only. So now mkdir, what is your role name? So my role name is HTTPD. HTTPD hyphen role. Okay, click on enter. HTTPD role created? Yes. Go inside HTTPD role. That is a role name. HTTPD hyphen role is my role name now. Okay. So here what we need to do, we have to create a folder called tasks. Mkdir tasks. Let's go inside the tasks, and now you have to create this main.yml, that is nothing but our playbook to perform that HTTPD task. Okay, so then press I. Now, do we need to do, like, all the regular things, right? Do we need to define um, hosts and all? Not really required. All you need to do is you just give name, or even that is also not mandatory. Name also not mandatory. So install HTTPD using role. So then what package you are going to use? Yum. So what is the package name? HTTPD. What is the state? installed. All right, that's it. So now my HTTPD related task completed. Now let's go to this actual folder. Um, Now where we are under this roles, right? Let's give tree command here. I don't have tree. Let me install. So sudo yum install tree -y. So basically this tree package, right? It displays entire folder structure. Now you see here, I have roles folder. Within that, I have created a role called stdpd-role. See, this is my role name. Okay, within that role, I have created a folder called tasks. Then I have given this main.yml. So the actual task information goes here. Don't worry about host information and all that we are going to define later. All right. So now in similar way, how exactly we have created this HTTPD role. Similarly, I'm going to create another role for Git. Okay. So that should create within roles folder only. That's important thing. So now let's go inside the roles and now mkdir git-role. Okay. Then click on enter. And here go inside git-role, then create mkdir tasks. Okay, so within this tasks, you create main.yml. Okay, so then click on enter. So then you give the regular playbook information. Install git, yum is a module, and name I'm going to use git and state installed. Okay, so now let's go inside this roles demo folder. Now, if you are giving tree command, you see here, so now we have two roles. Now we have two roles. One role is Git role, second role is HTTPD role. Okay, so now if you want to create another role for another in package installation, you have to create one more. So let's do that also. So whenever you have more, you can easily understand. So now go inside the roles, mkdir docker-role, then go inside the docker-role, mkdir tasks, go inside the tasks, give create main.yml. So press I. So same thing, name, install Docker, yum, and name is going to be Docker. State is going to be installed. All right. So now let's go into home of Ansible user roles demo folder. Right. So if you observe here, now let's give tree. If you observe here, these three roles under roles folder. So one role is Docker role, second role is Git role, third role is HTTPD role. Now, along with these roles, you have to create one more file. That file name should be master.yml. Again, the master.yml not inside the roles, okay? So we are going to create outside of that roles only. Vim master.yml. Press I. So now what you need to define in this master.yml? So it's going to be very, very simple. You have to give name master playbook hosts all or local host. It's your choice. So then you can give become as true. Now you don't need to define any task. You have to give roles. Now what role you want to give? So we have created three roles, right? So Docker role. If you're giving this -docker role, now what happened? Whenever we are running this playbook, only Docker role is going to execute. If you want to install Docker role as well as Git role, you have to give in this manner. If you want to install Docker role, Git role as well as HTTPD role, you have to define all three. Okay, so I am giving all three, then press escape, :WQ. Right. So now here master.yml got created. Let's run this playbook. Ansible playbook master.yml. I'm just doing dry run -, check. Now you see here. So first it is going to Docker role. It's installing. It's then once that is completed, it is going to Git role. It is installing. Then it is going to HTTPD role and it is installing. All right. So if you observe, did we mention anything in this master.yml? No, I have not defined anything under this master.yml. So what this master.yml will do? So first, when this docker.role is trying to execute, right? It goes to roles folder. It look for this role name. So this role name should present here. So our role name is Docker role. Within this Docker role, we have tasks. So then within the task, we have .main.yml. So when this role called, this main.yml is going to execute. So that is first one. So once that is completed, then it is calling for git role. So again, what happened? It will go to roles folder. It will look for git role name. So git role is there. Within that git role, we have tasks. Within the task, we have main.yml. Now what happened? This is going to install whenever this role is called. So the same way HTTPD is calling, it will go inside the role and it will. So now all three, you see here, Docker role is calling, then Git role is calling, HTTPD role is calling. Let's edit this. vim master.yml. I don't want to install this Git role. So I have deleted that. I don't want to install this Docker also. I'm deleting that as well. Press escape :WQ. Now, whenever you are running this playbook, now observe what's happening. It is calling only HTTPD role and that HTTPD role only, executing here. So remaining all, as we have not defined in the master.yml, it won't touch that roles. So this is what exactly, roles concept. Okay. So now the important thing is observe this tree structure. Again, I have created a very simple tree structure, but as I told you in phase 2, I'm going to add a bit more things in this. So now we have master, we have this role, right? We have this Docker role. So what if this Docker, for example, this, let's take this HTTPD as an example. I have a HTTPD task here. So this HTTPD role has a task folder and here actual playbook is there. So this playbook contains the regular part. But what if I have handlers? What if I have handlers? What if I have some variables? Do I need to define under the same playbook? Not really required. Okay, so I have taken very basic requirement folder structure for a role. But generally, whenever you are initializing a role, you will get the entire folder structure. See, even some time back, I have shown this, right? So whenever you are initializing a role, what happens? You will get tasks, you will get handlers folder, but these all are going to be empty. You will get templates, you will get variables, you will get defaults, you will get meta. So among this task is mandatory. So I took that only mandatory part and I have explained. But if your HTTPD task contain any handlers, you have to write that handler here. Okay, so that let's take it as a phase 2. So once you are comfortable till here, then I recommend you to go to the phase 2.
Okay, let's start phase 2 of this roles concept. See, in our so far, what we did, we have taken one Ansible playbook. We call it as a master, right? So then we have taken multiple roles. One role is for HTTP, one role is for Git, one role is for Docker. So we have called, like, we have prepared this playbook, like what exactly roles you want to call. So then we pick this role and we are calling it. Fine. Okay. If you don't understand this concept so far, I recommend you to go back again and go through that video again and first understand that concept. Okay, then only you will understand the further concepts. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to, like, this HTTP playbook is there, right? So currently this HTTP playbook has simple task, right? So what if this task contains some variables? What if this task contains some handlers? So where we are going to place? So to understand this, what I'm going to do, this master.yml is going to be same, right? But what I'm doing, I'm going to take this HTTP role, right? So within this HTTP role, I have used only task section. But whenever you are initializing a role, along with the task, you are going to get a lot of different folders. You are going to get variables, you are going to get templates, you are going to get defaults, right? So you are going to get handlers. So now all related to this HTTP, okay, activities. If it is a task, you write it here. If it is a variable, you write it here. If it is something else, like, if it is some default values, right, you write it here in this different folder. Okay, so to get this entire folder structure, I'm going to use Ansible Galaxy. In it, I'll talk what exactly Ansible Galaxy in our next video. So, but this is entire structure is related to HTTP. In same manner, I'm going to take a Git. Okay, so in same manner we can take Git. This Git role also is going to contain task, it's going to contain variables, it's going to contain handlers, it's going to contain files. Okay, so related to all this Git, you can arrange within these folders. Okay, so yeah, that is what we are going to perform now. So as I told you here, within this um, sorry, so within this playbook itself we are going to do. So for that, as I told you, first, okay, I am under this roles demo folder. I'll use a different folder, mkdir. I'm going to call this as phase 2. Okay, let's go inside let me remove this phase 2. Alright, rmdir phase 2. Alright, so first let me create a folder with a name called test. So test role 2 is a name. Let's go inside test role 2. Now here Ansible Galaxy init. What is a role you want to initialize? Last time we have created the folder structure, everything manually, but this time what I am doing, I am going to create it manually. Instead of manually, I am going to initialize it by using Ansible Galaxy. So currently I don't have any files or folders inside this test role 2 folder. Okay, so now Ansible Galaxy init. Okay, phase 2 is the role name I am giving. Click on enter. You see this role phase 2 was created successfully. Right, if you give ls, now you see there is a folder we got for phase 2. Let's go inside that phase 2, and if you are giving ls, you see lot of files here. So to view all the files and subfolders, you use this tree option. I have given tree, and observe here, see within this phase 2 directory we have defaults, we have files, we have handlers, we have meta, we have readme, we have tasks, we have templates, we have tests and vars. So among all this, which one I'm going to keep now? So that first I'm going to keep files. I'll explain what exactly it is. Handlers, and I'm going to keep tasks, and I'm going to keep variables. Okay, so the remaining one, this metadata, readme, it's not mandatory for our projects. It's purely optional things. Even among all this, last time what we did, we have used these tests. We have not used any other in our phase 1 explanation. Alright, so now, yeah, let's remove the unnecessary one so that it won't looks clumsy. I'm deleting defaults and I'm deleting meta, I'm deleting readme, as well as I'm deleting okay, let's delete this tests also. Okay, then template also I'm removing. Alright, so we have only necessary, the primary things we really required for an Ansible role. So those are files. If you want to copy some files, or if you want to, if you are referring any files within your playbook, you can place that files here, and instead of giving an entire path, you can just give the file name. So whatever handlers you want to use, you give that handlers here. Whatever task you want to perform, you define that here. Whatever variables you want to pass, you can give that under vars. Alright, so now as a first thing, let me prepare a task. Again, the task is going to be pretty similar one. So I'm going to install Apache, I'm going to copy an index.html, and I'm going to start that service. That is what I'm going to do. Alright, so now let's go inside the tasks, and here we have main.yml. Let's edit that main.yml. So you can delete this existing one. So I'm giving 3 lines. So then I'm giving name, installing stdpd as phase 2. Okay. So no need to define any host, no need to give any become. So I'm going to use yum module name stdpd state installed. Alright, so this we already know. So now what I want to do, I want to copy some data to this var www.html path. Along with that copying operation, once this installation is completed, we have to start the service, right? To start that service, I am not going to run a service task here. I am going to use handler. Okay, for that handler, generally what we will do, we will use notify. Okay, so then start httpd service. So I'm using a handler. So once this task completed, so I'm going to use handler to start the httpd service. So am I going to use handler here? So generally earlier in our playbooks we have used handler here, but I'm not going to use here. For these handlers in our role we have a separate section. I'll write down there. Alright, for now what I'm going to do, here I'm going to add another task. Okay, copy index.html to var www.html path is a task I'm going to do. For that I'm going to use copy module. So now what is a source? See, the source is index.html. So but currently where this index.html is generally what we did. So we are going to give the exact path. For example, if the file is under home, Ansible user, so there if we have like with the name called index.html, we are going to give that exact path. Okay, so then I'm going to give destination. So for this destination I'll do one thing, I don't hard code this, I'm going to pass this destination as a variable. Okay, so you already we already completed this variable section, right? So now I'm going to give a variable. The variable name I'm going to give index underscore html underscore destination. Okay, right? Even this path also we can give it as a variable. So let's do that. So that is one of the standard way, and also I want to explain the file feature also. Okay, so index html underscore source is a variable I am using now. So these two variables we have to define, and where we have to define, I am not going to write anything variable here in this playbook itself. These variables has a separate section, there I am going to define these variables. Alright, so these two variable names are important. Let me copy that. Okay, press escape :WQ. Now we have two things. Let's go one step back. If you are giving tree, see, we have to define handler section here, we have to define variables here, and whatever the file you want to pass, that file you need to place here under files, or you give exact path. Okay, so now let's go into this variable section. So here also we have this main.yml. So now what exactly variables you want to pass, you gave that variables here. Alright, so currently I want to pass these two variables. I have copied it. Let me paste that here. Alright, so we no need to give this, so we just need to give okay. The variable name is index_html, src is a variable name, and the second variable is index_html destination. So we have to pass this. For that, what we need to do, we have to give colon, then give actual path. Where is your file? So let's assume currently my file is under home, Ansible user, index.html, and destination where we want to copy, we want to copy under var html path. Alright, so we have defined variables now. Escape :WQ. Now whenever this existing playbook is running, it will go to this variables location. If it is in playbook, if you are mentioning any variable, it will go to this variable, it will try to find that variable from that file. So now we have to take care about handler also, right? So let's go inside that handler, edit that main.yml. Okay, so now define the handler. So whatever name you have given there, we have to use same name here. Start httpd service. I hope we have given same name there, otherwise we'll verify one more time. So which module we are going to use? Service module. What service? httpd service. What is the status you are expecting? Started status. So the name we have given as a start httpd service, not https service. Yeah, so the handler name and notify name should be same. Okay, let's verify. Cat main.yml, cat tasks main.yml. So start httpd service and start httpd service. Alright, so the notify and handler name is same. So now we done with our configuration part. So one more thing is pending, that at our home level, we have to create an index.html. So currently I am under home directory of Ansible user, vim index.html. I am giving simple HTML page. This is a Ansible roles demo page. Alright. Alright, so I have index.html here. So let's go into the test role 2 option, and now our role configuration almost completed. So one thing is pending, that is main. Okay, so we the master.yml, right? So let's create a master.yml. So that master.yml should not be inside the role, it should be outside of the role. vim master.yml. So now what we need to do, we have to define, okay, what is the name you want to give. Install Apache as phase 2 is the name I am giving. Hosts, you can give all hosts. So currently I am testing it in localhost only. I am giving localhost. Become, I have given as a true. Now I'm going to give role as what name you have given. So my role is phase 2, right? So I have given that as a phase 2. Press escape, colon WQ. Okay, just verify is your role name same or not. Now let's give tree. Observe here. If you observe, whatever the task we have here under this task section, the task is going to install HTTPD. Once that installation part is completed, notify we have defined. So it will go to handler, it will run that handler task. And also when this task is running, we have not hard coded some values. Okay, so we are going to get the path, source path and destination path from this variable. Okay, these files again, so when we are defining these variables, right, we are giving like the entire path. If you don't want to give that entire path, or if you don't want to get that index.html file, so currently where that index.html file is, it's under home directory of Ansible user. I don't want to get that file from that home of Ansible user. So then what we can do, we can move this file to this file location, then we can make it available for our playbook. Alright, so I haven't done anything on these files yet, so but let's try to run our Ansible playbook. Ansible playbook. Our playbook name is master.yml. I'm going to perform dry run -- check. Okay, so now it is giving an error. Okay, I can see I have given some typo, that is index.html -source, but it should be _source. Okay, let's go inside the tasks. Okay, where we are currently, yeah, let's go under phase tasks vim main.yml. Yeah, it should be what happened to this. Press I to go to insert mode. Alright, it's _src :wq. So let's go inside this vars, then edit main.yml. Yeah, adjust this one also. Okay, this should fix the issue. So that's the reason I perform a dry run. I'm not going to install, I just perform a dry run. Okay, we are in the wrong location, so let's go to the location where we have our file. So now let's run this playbook. Whenever we are running the playbook, it's gathering the facts and it is installing HTTPD as phase, and it is trying to copy the object here, and it is giving some error here. Status supported parameter. Alright, so seems I did some more mistake here. Maybe the problem with the task. Let's review the task. Okay, name state. Alright, maybe the problem with the handler. Okay, so where we are getting the issue, you can perform this dry run. Okay, so earlier we got issue at it's not here. Alright, so let me go to this handler section. Maybe I did a mistake here. It's not status, it should be state. Okay, yeah, so I have given service name state. Alright, colon WQ started. Right, so this should fix the issue. So Ansible Playbook master.yml. Let's perform a dry run now. Alright, you see here. So now it is gathering the facts. So then it is installing, like it is picking this as a task, and it is running, and it went to do this different task. Okay, so the copy operation, and then it is running the handler. So, but where that actual file is, that index.html? Index.html is under home directory of Ansible user. But do we really need to have that file in that location only? Not really required. So if you observe here, come on, my terminal got some issues. Let's reconnect. Okay. ls, let's go inside test role 2, and here we have this playbook, right? So now currently how we configured, so we have given so this path index.html path as an environment a variable, right? So but this is not mandatory. What we can do, whatever file you want to make it available for your playbook, okay, so you can simply give that file name only. But important thing is, here we have a folder, right? Files folder. Copy your index.html here, so simply you can give. Let me do that. Cp home Ansible user index.html. I'm going to copy to files. Okay, so let's go inside files and verify whether index.html is there or not. Alright, so now let me adjust my task also. So earlier I have given the source as a variable. Now let's remove this, and I'm going to simply give it as a index.html. See, I'm not giving complete path, but how my playbook knows where this index.html is, as we are using it as a role. So the playbook will go to this files location, it will try to find that file. So under files we have index.html, right? So it will pick that. So files you place under files folder, handlers you place under handlers, tasks you define under tasks, variables you define under variables. So this is how exactly we can use the roles very effectively. And the simply tasks you can share with the roles, right? So this role you do have an option to share with Ansible community also. So now let's rerun this. Playbook. Right, let me perform the dry run. So we should be under the location where we have this master.yml. Now let's run this playbook. Don't we have test role 2? We have the playbook here. So now Ansible playbook master -- check, click on enter. Alright, everything is working fine. So currently, do we have httpd in this machine? So let's run service httpd status. So http is not found, and even do we have anything under var www? The path itself is not available. Now let's run this playbook. So my nodes are actually, for this concept, using nodes is not really required, right? That's the reason I'm using localhost here. Click on enter Ansible playbook. So now the installation is happening. Currently, whenever you are entering this IP address, it may not give anything, but once this installation and everything is completed, you see this, we got it. Okay, so within this role we have used files, that is placing this file, and we have used handler to start this HTTPD service once installation is completed, and we are passing some values like the destination path and all as a variable. So these all options we have used in our Ansible playbook roles concept. All right, so again, so whenever you are doing this for the first time, it may look some complex. My suggestion, take it as a phase wise. So as I told you, first complete the phase 1, so then you come to phase 2. Watch this video multiple times so that you can understand this roles concept better.
This video, we are going to discuss what exactly Ansible Galaxy is. See, in our previous video, we have seen what exactly roles, right? So, this Ansible Galaxy is basically an online platform where you can share your roles with the entire world, like others who are working on Ansible. So whatever content you're preparing, right? Someone might require similar content. So just like a GitHub public repository. So if you develop something, if you want to share that with the entire world, so generally what we will do, so we are going to upload it to GitHub, and we are going to allow everyone to access that code, right? So, similar way, this Ansible Galaxy is an online platform designed for Ansible community for sharing your work, right? So, yeah, here we have UI version as well as CLI version. So UI version URL is galaxy.ansible.com/UI. You go here, you sign up. Again, whatever the roles, all the code, actually it stores in backend. Yeah, it stores in GitHub only. You can directly get it from GitHub, or you go to this Ansible Galaxy roles and you search for the role you are looking for. If someone already developed, you can simply clone that, or you can get it to your local and then you can use that role. All right, so now let's connect to our EC2 instance and let's see what are the commands we have to get a role or search from Ansible Galaxy. See, in our last session, we have seen if you want to create your own role, we have this command Ansible Galaxy init. So then you can give your role name. So automatically it is going to create that role structure, right? So it's going to give a skeleton without any data, just folder structure and all. So now if you want to search something, so you can use Ansible Galaxy. For example, you are searching something for AWS. Okay, so now this Ansible Galaxy search will go to the community repos, and it will list everything here. So if you want to install something, you see here we have these many available here, right? So these all related to AWS, or the tag may have AWS, or description may have AWS. So these all related to AWS. You enter Q to come out from this. All right, so let me list all. We'll try to find some and we'll try to install. Okay, we came to end, press Q to come out from this. All right, so this is listing. So now, for example, you want to install one specific role that available in community. For example, so this role is there, and so basically the format is this is the username and this is the role name. So username dot role name is the format. So for example, I need this role. So what is the purpose of this role? Ansible role to install AWS CLI. So whatever the machine we have the hosts. If you want to install CLI AWS CLI in that host, you can simply use this role instead of you writing from scratch. But how we can do that? First, we have to get it. Ansible Galaxy install. So then give the role name you have. Then click on enter. All right. So now you see here this AWS CLI is owned by Xan Manning. Okay. So we got it to our local. Again, if we give ls, will it display here? So no, so these roles and everything actually stores in a different location. So basically, if you want to list all the roles you have here, you can use this Ansible Galaxy list command. So now you see here, whatever the role we downloaded, it's available here. And basically, these roles are going to stored in this path, and we have to uncomment in our configuration. So that's secondary part. So if you go to this cd home of Ansible user, there we have .ansible folder. If you give ls, you see here we got a folder called roles. If you go under roles, you can see the one we have downloaded. All right, it's under this location, the roles, downloaded location roles. Also, if you want to see, so what is the default role path configured in your Ansible configuration file? So what you can do, you can use this Ansible config, and I'm going to dump, and I'm going to use grep to identify the role, so, or roles. So you see here, default roles path is this. Okay, so it's under home Ansible user.ansible.roles. All right. So yeah. So now this is CLI part. If you want to do same thing from UI, now what you can do, you first log in, you sign up. If you don't have, so you can sign up by using your GitHub. So then go to roles and you search here. I'm going to search for AWS, and it is going to show all the available ones. Or what you can do, you can even search by using this usernames also. For example, currently I have downloaded this one, right? So let me copy that. Even if you go inside this, I just want to show you. If you go inside, right, we have same, let's use tree. You see here, we have same thing here. Okay, so what exactly you want to do, right? Right. The tasks, the variables, the templates, everything the same folder structure. So now go to Ansible Galaxy and search for this user. Then you see here, these all are the ones this user developed, or you can even give the entire one. Not displaying. Okay, maybe we go with the just user. Even you're using CLI, right? You can use author parameter to get all the things this author performed. All right, so yeah, you can see here, these all are the roles. This he made it available. So which one you want? If you want to get it from this UI instead of CLI, you go here and you expand this. You see here, right? You simply copy this and you execute in your local, so that role will come to your local. All right. Yeah, I'm going to upload some roles into this Galaxy in near future.
All right. So this is all about Ansible important topics. I hope uh, this video is helpful to gain some knowledge on Ansible. I strongly recommend you to perform hands-on to gain that expertise on the subject. And if you feel these videos are helpful, make sure you spend some time and you subscribe to my YouTube channel and comment what another technology you want me to start. Thank you. See you again.